program of Natural Resources Defense Council US, which is a US-based environmental non-profit working for more than 50 years on the issue of environment, climate change, public health, with an overarching agenda of equity. I'll not take much of your time, but we should start with a quick round of introduction maybe. So I gave my introduction, and now I would like to invite our country head, Ms. Deepa Bagai, to introduce herself.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Deepa, and I'm heading the Natural Resources Defense Council. I'm the country head for India.
Good morning, everybody. I am Kunal Satyarthi. I am Joint Secretary in the National Disaster Management Authority in the Ministry of Home Affairs. I look at policies and plans of the NDMA, and heat wave is also mandated in our division. And we have been very conscious about this very slow onset event, apart from the glamorous events like floods and all that. So we have done some work this year also, which I'll be talking about a bit later. But NRDC, thanks to them, thanks to Deepa Madam and Abhyant for reaching out and saying that we want to have a small group discussion on how do you start mitigating it, to talk about the problem, what are the possible solutions in the real world and the unreal world, and therefore we are here. So thanks Deepa Ma'am and Abhyant for organizing this. I'm looking forward to the day of discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Hi everyone, my name is Samir Quatra. I am the Policy Director for India for Natural Resources Defense Council. As Abhyant already mentioned, we are an international non-profit. We've been working in India for 13 years. We work on clean energy, renewables, energy efficiency, cooling and heat, which are the often overlooked aspects of climate impacts, adaptation, resilience, people who are already suffering from impacts of climate change. So that's a very important part of our work here in India. Which is why, as previous panelists have mentioned, that we are looking forward to this discussion.
Good morning. My name is Kirti Manavasthi. I work as Senior Policy Advisor with GIZ in India, leading the initiatives on climate adaptation and climate finance. Thank you. Looking forward to the discussion today.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashish Jindal. I am from NRDC India and leading the work on energy efficiency and cooling here. And as a heat mitigation strategy, Cool Roof is one of the area where we have worked, and looking forward for the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. I'm Abhinash, and I'm the Global Head of Climate Change and Sustainability at IP Global, working across 13 geographies now, and we are 25 up plus years trying to work around the issues of sustainability and climate change. Now, looking forward to the conversation.
Very good morning to all. Myself, Professor Pawan from Administrative Staff College of India, Hyderabad. We are closely working with NRDC more than a decade in energy efficiency in buildings as well as cool roofs, particularly in Telangana, AP, and few more states we are started working on. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Soumya Swasti. I am from Alliance for Energy Efficient Economy. I'm working with the buildings team as a project associate. So we are trying to mainstream thermal comfort in all of the buildings, mainly through alterations in the building envelope.
Good morning everyone. I am Deepak Tiwari. I am representing WRI India here, and I work on energy efficiency and sustainable cooling strategies. We work with some of the states in Kerala and Assam, where we work on energy efficiency and sustainable cooling aspects. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, all. I'm Dr. Tejas Shah, Deputy Health Officer and Nodal Officer for Heat Action Plan in Ahmedabad City. We are the first city in India to develop Heat Action Plan, and we had worked very closely with NRDC for development of Heat Action Plan. And it is now a decade since development of our Heat Action Plan, and I'm looking forward for this discussion because newer things needs to be done, as cool roof is one of the things which is the demand of time. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning everybody. I'm Dr. Amarpal Singh. I'm Director of Disaster Management and Special Secretary Revenue, looking after disaster management in the state of Punjab.
Good morning, everyone. I am Bhuvan Ravindran. I am a research analyst at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. I'm specifically from the sustainable cooling vertical, and there are a number of work verticals within the team, but I am here basically taking care of the state cooling action plans and the state cooling strategies where we are working on. We've recently co-authored one chapter on thermal comfort in the Rajasthan energy policy and another in the Maharashtra state action plan for climate change, and looking forward to deepen that state engagement. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shravan Prabhu, and I work as a research analyst in the climate resilience team at CW. My research primarily revolves around quantifying the sectoral impacts of climate extremes. Heat is one of them. And again, we recently submitted the draft SAPCC for Maharashtra state.
Raghu Murthugude, IIT Bombay climate scientist.
Good morning. I'm Amarnath Karan. I'm from Center for Environment Education and based at Pune. And we have been working a lot on air quality, climate change, especially engaging youth, schools, and city level governance on designing and implementation of communication and education program for them. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Akhil Srivastava. I am scientist with the India Meteorological Department. I am looking after the operational weather forecasting, particularly heat waves, tropical cyclones, and other general weather forecasting. Also, I am working on numerical weather prediction modeling aspects as well. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Prabhat. I'm a multimedia producer and reporter with NewsClick. NewsClick is an organization based in Delhi, multimedia news organization.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Purnima Prabhakaran, till recently Director of the Center for Environmental Health at the Public Health Foundation of India, now with a new affiliation as Director of the Center for Health Analytics Research at Ashoka University. Largely have focused on climate and health research, but also working closely with the Ministry of Health on as a Center of Excellence for Green and Climate Resilient Healthcare Facilities. So this is a very relevant topic for the health sector.
Good morning. I'm Nivedita Khandekar. I'm a reporter with News 9 Plus. It's a vertical of TV9 network.
Hi everyone, this is Diksha. I work with Sputnik and I cover energy and climate change. So I'm looking forward to connect with all of you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Neetu Jain from Panache Green Tech Solutions Private Limited. I'm carrying the vision of creating cool green cities, and I was I was with a team of Telangana releasing this policy. And we have been working with ASCII since long, and we have been working with IIIT Hyderabad also for their research projects. And I'm educator for CRRC, Cool Roof Rating Council of US.
Hi, I'm Simran. I'm a journalist with The Print.
Yeah, hi, Aziz from Jaipur, working in Alumni School Roof Coating.
Hi everyone, I'm Jubin Jacob Matthew, and I work with Seeds Technical Services as the Director for Strategic Growth and Partnerships, as well as Commercial Excellence and Policy. We've been working over the last 30 years on cool roofing solutions, and currently we're also engaged in building an AI-based risk assessment platform for heat mitigation. So yeah, excited to learn from you all.
I myself B.S. Jha, Section Officer from Delhi Disaster Management Authority.
Hello, my name is Shreya. I work as a research associate in the Center for Policy Research. I'm interested in urban adaptation and sustainable urban development. So heat management and sustainable cooling has been an interest. Looking forward to today's discussion.
Hi, I'm Aditya, a fellow at the Center for Policy Research, and I lead our work on climate impacts and adaptation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Manish Mohandas from UNDP India. I lead UNDP India's work on disaster risk reduction in the country.
Good morning. I'm Dilip Singh from MP State Disaster Management Authority. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I am Mohit Agarwal from Vinayak Industries. We are into cool roof coating by summer seal. We are manufacturing the coating using extensive use of natural ceramics. Thank you.
Good morning to all. I am Dr. Siva Prasad. I'm working from National Program on Climate Change and Human Health from Ministry of Health. We are currently focusing on implementation of green and climate resilient measures at the healthcare facilities. We are looking for the discussion. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Muthu Kumaran, Joint Director Disaster Management from Tamil Nadu State Disaster Management Authority.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Piyush here. I'm a health expert at the Asian Development Bank. I want to thank NDMA and NRDC for this very important conversation. ADB is working as a climate bank and working actively in the climate change space. But while the issue of heat stress is here, the conversation on mitigating it is still emerging. So it's a very urgent, very relevant conversation today. So happy to be here.
Hi everyone, this is Meghnad Behera from Odisha State Disaster Management Authority. Odisha State Disaster Management Authority is working in different aspects of disaster management in the state. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Antarin, and it's just a coincidence that I'm sitting next to this gentleman, because last few years I was working very closely with the Principal Secretary of Housing and Urban Development in Odisha as a team lead of their slumland titling and upgrading project, which I felt was a very nice insight into how climate mitigation can work at very large scales, because many of the upgrading components had direct relation to heat mitigation, cyclone resistance, and things. Currently, I work as an independent consultant for ICREER, Dr. Amrita Goldar's team of the climate mitigation team, particularly focusing on using open source opportunities of open source software and computing to combine data, digital data contained in different departments of governments, combining it with wonderful open data that's available through ISRO in Bhuvan and also USGS Earth Explorer and things like that to solve complex urban and climate-related issues. Yeah, that's it. Also, I used to work for GIZ, so I have two sets of colleagues with two sets.
Exactly. Now coming to GIZ, Antonina was working also for us a while ago. So hi, good morning. My name is Sebastian Markert with GIZ, German International Corporation, and me and my colleague Vibor, we are working for a project called Urban Act. The predecessor of the project was Climate Smart Cities. So it's about urban climate action together, working closely together with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, the Smart Cities mission, including climate actions, climate change adaptation, climate change mitigation measures into the Smart Cities mission with our partner cities, which are currently Coimbatore, Panji in Goa, and in Himachal Pradesh, it's Shimla. And as knowledge partners, we are working with Bhubaneswar and with the city of Kochi. And yeah, also in this field, we actually have a good expertise when it comes to heat island mapping. So this we did for several cities of our partner cities to really lay remote sensing data from around 2010 to compare it to 2020. And then really saw where really the temperatures is rising in the cities, where it has really, really high effect because of the concrete, the buildings, streets, and so on and so forth, which is also then evidence-based means really for further actions and planning of the cities, and also prepared a manual how to easy actually prepare this activity for each of the cities. So I think there's also stuff we can have an exchange on that later. But yeah, let me hand over to my colleague Vibor.
Thank you, Sebastian. So good morning, everyone. My name is Vibhor Sood. I work as a technical advisor for Urban Act project, which is integrated a climate action for low carbon and resilient cities. As Sebastian said, we have done some work on the urban heat island mapping in the three cities of Kochi, Coimbatore, and Bhubaneswar, and which also led to development of an advisory which we jointly published with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. This advisory is on how to map urban heat island in the cities. So look forward for a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Devin Jain, Deputy Secretary, Assistant Department.
Good morning, everyone. Myself is Rakesh Kumar. I am from Save the Children, and I take care health and nutrition project in Delhi. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Akanksha. I'm working in the disaster management cell of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Pradeep Khashnovish. I'm working in the disaster management cell of Health Ministry. climate change and heat is also one of those disasters we need to look into. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Richa Sharma. I work as research scientist with Center for Environmental Health at Public Health Foundation of India. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Wasim Iqbal from NDMA. I'm working with the policy and planning NDMA, making we are. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rakhi Sadhu, working in NDMA in the Policy Plan Division. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Pankaj Kumar, working as Under Secretary, National Disaster Policy and Plan Division, National Disaster Management Authority.
Namaste. I am Anuj Tiwari, Senior Consultant, Policy Plan and Mainstreaming at NDMA.
Thank you, everyone. I now request our online participants as well to introduce themselves. So if you could unmute one by one and please introduce yourselves to everybody here.
Hello. I am M.A. Malik from Andhra Pradesh SDMA. I am looking after technical aspects of the emergency operations centers here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Arvind Kumar. I am Special Chief Secretary, Municipal Administration and Urban Development, Government of Telangana from Hyderabad.
Is there anybody else who'd like to introduce themselves? To go next? Okay, thank you everybody for the introductions. A very good morning to everyone. On behalf of National Disaster Management Authority, Natural Resources Defense Council and Climate Trends, it is my honor to welcome all of you to the National Consultative Workshop on Implementation of Extreme Heat Mitigation Measures. I would now like to welcome Shri Kunal Satyarthi, Joint Secretary NDMA, Ms. Deepa Bagai, Country Head NRDC India, and Mr. Samir Quatra, Policy Director NRDC on stage. We will also be shortly joined by Shri Krishna Vatsa, Member Secretary of NDMA. I now request Ms. Bagai to welcome Shri Kunal Satyarthi with a bouquet. We will kick off the workshop with the lighting of the lamp. I request Ms. Bagai, Mr. Satyarthi, and Mr. Quatra to join us here. Thank you all. I would like to thank all our esteemed speakers and participants, both in person and online, for joining us for this workshop today. We will now begin the proceedings of the workshop with the inaugural session. We also have with us Shri Arvind Kumar, Special Chief Secretary, Municipal Administration and Urban Development Department from the Government of Telangana, who has joined us virtually. I would now like to invite Ms. Bagai to deliver the welcome remarks and to set the context for this workshop.
Can you get me a copy? Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. It was such a good idea that Kunal, who always has very good ideas, suggested that we introduce ourselves before we begin the actual session, because sometimes what happens is that in a big meeting like this, we miss out on exactly knowing who all are there. And it is so heartening to know that people have traveled from faraway places to be here for this, that someone like Arvind, as busy as he is in his important role, is connected with us online. And so many people from so many different groups of stakeholders have managed to come together here because this topic is truly extremely important. So first of all, I'd just like to say a very big thank you to all of you for being here. I mean, whether it is the international organizations, it is the national NGOs, government representatives from so many different state governments, people from the industry, people, experts, I mean, academics. We have stalwarts, say, from institutions like IIT Bombay. So it's really, really something which is a big privilege for us to be here with all of you to be able to be discussing this very, very important topic. I have to say that we are missing Dr. Kamal Kishore, but he is again at a very important meeting. He sent a message saying he's been called in for this Char Dham Yatra meeting, which just goes to show how important it is that the work that NDMA is doing and disasters as related to that are so insidious and such a big part of everything that we do and of our lives. So like Kunal said, that there are glamorous disasters and there are non-glamorous disasters. While heat might be a non-glamorous disaster, it's still slow, insidious, and everywhere. And it really, really affects our lives in a very direct way. So I am really happy that we are here today discussing this important topic, and that the focus of today's work is really about implementation. In India, this used to be said when I was working in international organizations all the time, and I felt it as well, that we are so good in planning, but implementation, translating our plans on the ground, making sure that what we are planning is actually happening and affecting and changing people's lives in a way that is meaningful and impactful. That is really the crux of how we will take forward our development. And I'm glad that that is the focus of our work today. We all know, it goes without saying, that climate change is becoming such a huge issue in so many different parts of our lives. First, we were talking about 1.1 degree. Now we are talking about 1.5 degree. And even if that happens, that is considered like a big achievement. And there is so much evidence that extreme heat is already causing and will continue to cause drastic impact on our health, on our livelihoods. I mean, so much so that heat kills. So given that situation, it is an extremely opportune time that we are discussing this. And I'm glad that Krishna has joined us. So a big welcome. And excellent timing, because we were just talking about the importance of the subject and of the importance of the work that NDMA and other organizations are doing. I should tell you all a personal story. So Kamal is not here, but Kamal, Krishna, and me go back a long way in the area of disaster risk reduction from our time in UNDP. And these gentlemen have actually helped to create NDMAs in so many countries. And I've had the privilege of working with them on the capacity development and the disaster risk reduction capacity assessment plans and capacity development plans. So it is really an honor and privilege for us to have Krishna here with us. Perhaps we can welcome him with a bouquet, and then I will. So Krishna, before you arrived, we had a round of introductions. And I had just started by saying how important heat is as a disaster, even though it doesn't appear to be, as he so rightly pointed out, the attention grabbing, glamorous, if you like, not a very good word to use, but actually, unfortunately, true, that kind of disaster. But it really affects our lives in so many different ways. And there is research to show that extreme heat in India was linked to, and I find this to be a ridiculously high number, but it's probably even actually less than what might be the case, because so much of this is actually undocumented, that 47,000 early deaths could be linked in 2019 in India. There's some research to show that that was linked to heat, extreme heat. And we all know that life-saving air conditioning, comfortable air conditioning is available to very, very few of us. I mean, we are that very privileged lot that is sitting here, part of that 10% of households, or perhaps even less, with the kind of electricity and other power issues that we have, to have that privilege of not having to face extreme heat in a direct way every day of our lives. And heat, exposure to heat is not just an inconvenience. I mean, it can be life-threatening. Then there's the other impacts of heat. I mean, they affect productivity. It's a huge drag on national economy. I mean, if you are not getting a full night's sleep because it is hot, and then you're working on a pavement which is boiling and burning, what is the expectation in terms of productivity and your livelihoods which will come out from that kind of lifestyle? But thanks to the effort of so many of you in this room, lots of good actions have been taken, although lots of actions still need to be taken, which is why we are here and we continue to be engaged in this topic. So heat action plans have been developed in cities and states, and I'm grateful to all the people who are here from the state disaster management agencies and other organizations that are working on these issues, on the analytics and on the planning of it, to actually make that happen for people in our country. And we have some representation from the meteorological department, and the science has become better, the forecasting is better, but as much as these heat action plans can improve, we really still need to focus on the longer term strategies. I mean, so many of you already in your introductions referred to the heat islands and rising urbanization. So it's extremely important that we think about the thermal comfort aspect. And the world is looking to India because India has had a long experience of dealing with heat. I think some of you might have already heard this. When I was a young SDM in Jhansi, which was one of the hottest districts in India, we had changed our office timings. The office used to start at 6 and finish at noon, because after that it was not possible. If you were outside, you would be like fried fish by the middle of the day. We would go out in a jeep carrying a bucket of water and 2 towels. Dip the towel in that, put it on your head, because the jeep was open. We didn't have the privilege of air-conditioned cars at that time. You put that cold towel on your head. In 7 minutes, that towel would be bone dry, and in that time, the other towel would be put and we would exchange the towels. So that's the kind of adaptations which we've learned to do, and we need to relearn and take care and look back to some of those traditional methods, plus find answers in science and in all the modern innovations that are happening around us to be able to deal with these issues in an impactful way to make this thermal comfort possible. So we are here today to understand to broaden our knowledge base, to actually look at how low-cost interventions can make a difference, because air conditioning, the power demand, all that is something so huge that we can't expect that to be, universalized. So we have to think of all these things. And the Prime Minister's life message is already a very, very good umbrella statement about how we can do that. So your experience, the combined experience of the people in this room, the guidance of organizations like NDMA, whom we are very privileged to be working with, is the kind of thing that will help us to move towards this. And NDMA has been doing such a great job spearheading this whole issue. But one organization in a country as large as India, I always say that there's always room for everyone to do good work together. When people say there are turf battles, or, my organization is doing this, but I don't want to share it because of XYZ reasons. Our problems are so huge and our demands are so great that there is room for everyone to come together and think through these significant issues, work through them, look for the answers, look for the adaptation, look for the mitigation, and together move the needle on this. It is extremely important at this time for government capacity at the municipal level, at the state level especially, city level, small municipalities, towns, to have the capacity to deal with this. I mean, my long experience of working, and Krishna will bear this out, that our day-to-day municipal administrators are so busy just dealing with, everyday crises, that thinking through how you can deal with something which is not an immediate in-your-face crisis is something that we really need to, help them develop the capacity to be able to do that and provide the resources. Because addressing heat health as a life and death issue is now extremely important. And India has to show the way. I mean, we really have the experience. We are in that right place. As I was saying, people here in NDMA, Kamal is not here, and Krishna, they've actually helped to create this whole infrastructure in other countries. And it's fortuitous that everybody is now working here together in India to make that happen. So we have to focus on strengthened implementation. That is absolutely the key. Smart, proven cooling solutions. And some of those solutions, I mean, Dr. Tejas is here. Ahmedabad is mentioned in the IPCC report as one of the cities that had created the first heat action plan. Arvind is with us online. The Telangana Cool Roof Policy. This is path-breaking work. And I encourage all the representatives from organizations, but especially from the states, to go back to their governments, talk about this, think this through, and make sure that the policy frameworks are in place, and then the implementation and the guidance is provided at every level to make sure that we can implement these kind of policies. And I am very grateful to Arvind for having spearheaded this and having created history by actually bringing out this kind of policy. So a lot of work, as I said, has been done. And we are very glad that we will have the opportunity today to talk through some of this, think through this, learn from each other. The combined experience in this room is quite remarkable. If we take advantage of this and think that through, take it forward, I think we would already have done considerable work and moved in the right direction. I really want to thank you all for being here, for all the work that you do in protecting us from heat, but more importantly, the most vulnerable people. Whenever I talk about this subject, I'm immediately thinking that, we are quite comfortable here. It's very nicely air conditioned, almost too much so. But right outside Claridge's is something that a lot of you might be familiar with. There's a panwala who's very famous. People come from everywhere. And there are days where that little chhatri under which he's working, I see him putting water on top of that if I'm driving past. So these kind of things, I mean, just think about how difficult it is for a roadside vendor, for a pavement dweller, not only are homeless, but even the homes that people have. I mean, how tough it is to be trapped in these little rooms which are just heat ovens, and what effect it has on their productivity, on their overall lives. I mean, it's just too difficult to imagine. So if there is something we can do for that, that is going to be a big contribution. And I think that's the person we should keep in mind when we have these discussions. And I am very fond of Urdu poetry. So I will end with a couplet from a Urdu poet who, you know, old style. He died in 2015, and he's a traditional poet. But his name is Shakil Azmi, and he says, किस तरह कोई धूप में पिघले है जले है, किस तरह कोई धूप में पिघले है जले है, ये बात वो क्या जाने जो साये में पले है। तो हम लोग तो साये में पले हैं, हम लोगों को वो बात इतनी आसानी से नहीं पता लगेगी, लेकिन जरूरी है कि हमको पता लगे और हम उसके बारे में काम करें। और आप लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं और जिस दिशा में सोच रहे हैं, उसके लिए आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार, धन्यवाद और आपका स्वागत।
Thank you, Ms. Vigay, for those remarks and setting us up for the day. I would now like to invite Shri Kunal Satyarthi, who is the Joint Secretary at NDMA, to deliver the opening address on the need for fast-tracking action on extreme heat.
Krishna was sir, member NDMA, Deepa ma'am from NRDC. I think all the esteemed presence here in the hall, online, offline. I think very difficult day to discuss heat wave. I was traveling in the morning and thought this is not the day to discuss heat wave, right? We were so pretty sure about the heat in Delhi. I studied here for 10 years, doing my master's and graduation and MPhil. And in this part of the month, Delhi was like, you don't have to come out in the daytime. It was burning Delhi. And today it is like, you have to decide in the morning whether you want to wear your blazer or don't want to wear your blazer. So I think with that perspective, things are changing very quickly. This year has been phenomenal. I think IMD is present here. How many Western disturbances we have gone through? I was just counting on the finger. This must be the largest number of Western disturbances having happened in the year. There's no heat wave actually happening at all. So things are changing very rapidly, and in that context, discussing about heat wave is important. It's not that since there is no heat wave right now and we are all enjoying, the scare of February is still not gone, but March, April, May has been very easy sail through in the central India and the eastern India and northwestern India with respect to the heat wave scenario. So having said that, I think what also worries me is the change in the spatial and temporal phenomena that are happening. Climate change is not only about extreme weather events happening and cyclones happening, or it's also about this phenomena. You know, I think, I don't know how true I am, but how much we can do attribution to the Western disturbance to the climate change that is happening. But things are very, very interesting right now. Last year, in fact, it reminds me, we were doing a round of regional conclaves all across the country, bringing similar state SDMAs into one platform and talking about similar things. So we started with a coastal conclave with 13 states in Chennai, and we had requested, after doing all that, we requested in July or August we'll have a last conclave in Gujarat, because there would not be much to do in that part of it. There is no disaster happening, so it would be good to have a conclave in Gujarat in the month of July, August, because there would not be any rains, and we can discuss about deserts, and we can discuss about extreme heat and all that. And we could not do that workshop because it rains so heavily in Gujarat. I remember last year it was almost like a drought situation in Bihar, Bengal, and eastern Uttar Pradesh, and Chandrapur and Maharashtra, the so-called arid region of Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra and Gujarat was going into huge amount of water. So things are changing spatially. Things are also changing temporally. So if you had rainfall in July, I come from the mountain. I worked in the mountain for a very long time. If you had white Christmas, now you have white Holi. We call it, and that is not great. That's not great. You get the same amount of snowfall in the mountains, but the snowfall happens more in the month of March, which all melts the day it snows and causes all the landslides and issues like that. So anyway, so about the problem that we are discussing today, we have in NDMA, we have in 2016 we realized, then people who are working in NDMA realized that there's importance of having a guideline as to how to make a heat action plan. So that is where the journey started in 2016, and that was revised once more. So we did make a guideline how to draft a state heat action plan or a urban or a city heat action plan and sent it to the states concerned. And a lot of states, as happens in the government, it is not statutory. So I always say, like the disaster management plan made by the states and the district disaster management plan made by the districts and the national plan, which are statutory requirements under the Disaster Management Act 2005. This was not statutory. This was a guideline. And when we review annually before the onset of the heat season, last year also I was present during the review, this year also in IIT Bombay, we did the review. We realized that some of the states have made great heat action plans, some of the cities have made great heat action plan, but it is very, very sketchy. It is very, very sporadic. As anticipated, some of the states have gone ahead and made amazing state heat action plans. Some of the districts and cities have very good heat action plans. Some of them don't. Some of them have just copied something and written. So it's a very, it's a mosaic of some great plans to some plans which are not worth giving much thought to. So that has happened, but incidentally, because of the planning and the advisories and do's and don'ts and the reviews with the state government concerned, what is very characteristic is that the number of deaths that happened due to heat wave has gone down drastically. I'm not very sure about the dip in the graph. I have seen that graph many times. It goes down almost to the bottom. I presume there is something called data lacking, or there is also something to be, some credit to be given to COVID. So I'm not sure about, and this year maybe the weather phenomena will help us make the graph go down further. But mortality has gone down because of heat wave for sure across the country. That is a, but we can't be very, very casual about the whole thing that the mortality has gone down, so the problem is gone. I don't think the problem has gone. The problem is going to come back with a lot of vigor sooner than later. And the believe me, I keep getting in these discussions and other forums also a lot of concern about India being complacent about the phenomena of heat wave. And a lot of people say with conviction, I don't know how in those international forums, that India is going to be the next heat wave affected country to scare. So I have had conversations of those kinds, and people have the weather people may bail me out, but a lot of portion of the globe is very sure about the next heat wave, large scale, like happened in Europe and killed so many people in France, Portugal, and Morocco, happening in India for sure. They were waiting for this year. They postponed the deadline to next year, but certainly that is in the air and that is supposed to be happening, is what the conviction of the scientific community is. I have not had the privilege of reading through how they found that, but that is what we should be prepared about. We did this heat wave season. We did have a large workshop in IIT Bombay, a very participatory workshop. All the states participated. We invited all the civil society organizations. We invited the academia. NRDC was there. So we had a long discussion on 13th and 14th of February in IIT Bombay. Followed that up with advisory to the state governments concerned and do's and don'ts in the month of March. So we have been doing our stuff. When Abhyant and his team came to my office, I told, let's not discuss heat wave again. I'm trying to do that now, but let's not discuss heat wave. Let's try to find out what mitigation measures could be done. And there's so much happening sporadically. There are some great, brilliant examples. Telangana is doing great work. They have a policy document on We have a guideline on how to do a roof, cool roofing in NDMA. But congratulations to the Telangana state government to take that journey forward. And I have a policy document. I have not read the policy, but good to that that they have a policy document on cool roofing. So sporadically, and I am having that conversation with everybody working on a heat wave, that all of you are doing great work. But it is all dispersed. We have people here from the academia. We have people here from the scientific community. We have here weather forecasters. We have the whole team from the health ministry looking at the impacts. We have all the great organizations here in this hall. So why can't all of us sit together through this day today and try to do all that you're doing in bits and pieces and stitch that together into a good mitigation program for the country or for the state concerned, is what my ambition would be. Everybody is doing great work. Gandhinagar model or Telangana model now, and all the organizations present here and all of you, from the introduction that I was hearing, have immense potential to sit together and do something and make planning better for the urban areas that are building across the country. So that would be extempo my desire from this one day that we are spending together. Let's not make it a standard workshop on heat wave and try to look at the problems of heat wave and how the number of days have gone high and how it is going to be killer. And but it is important, and ma'am was right, that we should make heat wave action plan from the perspective of the Claridge's Panwala. He is the guy who is affected. We discuss heat wave sitting in a very cold climate, right? Sitting in 21 degrees centigrade and talking about heat wave is amazing comfort that we have. But all the air conditioning that this hotel must be throwing out must be causing heat wave phenomena in the city of Delhi. If you walk through some of the market areas in Delhi, you actually feel very scared walking through. You have to be away from the, with the split ACs coming up, I think it's become more convenient. You throw out all the hot air into the streets and enjoy in the cold air generated by, it's broken into two pieces, and therefore it is called split AC. I think that has to be a very important phenomena. Last thing, I'll say that when I at times reflect about this phenomena, not so glamorous disaster, we worried about urban floods. I was in Bangalore for the last 2 days and people were talking about, I was going around Bangalore for some other personal purpose and people were saying there's no water in Bangalore. We bring tankers, we have our own borewell. I was going to some of these PG accommodation and people were saying, Hamara to apna borewell hai, so you'll have to pay me more amount. You know, I don't believe in tankers. So I can't imagine Bangalore, the same Bangalore, for sure, in July and August going into urban flood scenario. So water is, Bangalore might be the first city to go dry. So having been brought up in a small town called Bokaro Steel City, we never thought about heat wave, and having ancestry in Gaya, which is supposed to be having discovered the word Lu, having lived both the lives, I think it is very important to look at long-term planning. You know, when you have beautiful urban, Chandigarh is a great city. Bokaro, I think, was green, lush green with trees. And Bangalore, if you go to outside Bangalore, I was traveling on the nice road, as they call it, and Kangeri and all that. That looks like being built for heat waves. You know? And the moment you hit into the city of Bangalore, you, apart from the traffic, which has not been resolved in Bangalore for many years, you hit into the beautiful Bangalore, which has trees touching each other on the roads, and you drive through them, and beautiful wetlands. So the blues and greens in Bangalore have gone down and the reds have gone up, and then we are concerned about heat wave phenomena. So I think long term is good to discuss, very important to discuss, because there where the solution lies. And sporadically talking about, ma'am was talking about shifting office hours on school hours. That is important to do, and that is important to survive in those portions of the world. But it is important today in this conversation that we are having. I am looking forward to stitching together all these mitigation measures possible, both medium term and long term, and look at many of things that arises and helps NDMA, helps the state government concerned and all the people present here to actually write a good heat action plan, which is implementable with the cost of land that we have. You know, so you can't, if you don't have, if you kill all your wetlands and the shrubberies and forest areas, thanks to the NGT and the Supreme Court for Delhi, the Aravalli Ridge and all that. I think if you kill all that and make into great buildings, heat wave is imminent. So how do you make your cities more blue and green while having the reds coming up scientifically would be important to realize. And that's what I think I'm looking forward to today. Thank you for this opportunity, and I would be patiently looking, hearing all of you, all your thoughts. So let us make it more discussion oriented. All of you have immense amount of experience and knowledge in different verticals and frontiers that you've been working on. It's time to bring all that together and not have individual brilliance. Let us have communal brilliance about finding solutions to the long-term heat wave phenomena. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Satyarthi. We are always encouraged by NDMA's continuous leadership on tackling the rising challenge that is extreme heat. I would now request Mr. Arvind Kumar, who has joined us virtually from Telangana, to please share the special remarks. Mr. Kumar will highlight the inspiring work of the state of Telangana on cool roofs. The state, under his leadership, released the first of its kind statewide cool roofs policy last month. Over to you, sir.
Morning, everybody, again. And if the presentation can be loaded, it will be useful. Yeah. Continuing from where Ms. Deepa had left, see, urbanization is inevitable, whether we like it or not. I am reminded of an article by Dr. Amitabh Kant, which came some time ago, where the word which was used was India is a reluctant urbanizer. So basically, we are saying that it's kind of being pushed towards urbanization, and the present population at the country level is about 27 to 30% urbanization. And as per his article, by 2050, it will touch 50%. Now, in this context, the southern Indian states, I'm referring to Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Maharashtra. The average urban population in these 5-6 states of southern India ranges between 45 to 50% already. Telangana state at 46.8% of urban population stand third in terms of urbanized state. So it's a matter of time. Maybe in this census, we should not be surprised that some of the states actually have more than half of its population living in cities. Therefore, the concept of urban heat index, urban heat pressure, urban heat islands are very real, and they are very close to us, much closer than we think they are. I'll just touch upon 3 major policy initiatives which the state of Telangana has done in last 10 years, and some of which have been done very recently, and what's the impact and how easily it can be done. We need not kind of think of changing the world for that. They can be done very easily, and that's where my focus is going to be. So these policies which I'm going to mention today are, first is Energy Conservation and Building Code, ECBC, which we have been doing very successfully with in association with ASCI and NRDC. The second one is Telangana State Cool Roofing Policy, which we introduced from April this year, and it's already under implementation. And the third, which is under advanced stage of finalization, and we are likely to introduce maybe from the coming month, is Eco-Niwas Samhita Code 2023 for residential buildings. So these are the 3 kind of major policy initiatives I will be talking about. And there are few policy concerns which I'll be raising at the end for NDMA, and I hear there are officials from the ministries also to kind of look into. Next slide, please. So first, when we are talking about Energy Conservation and Building Code, we had made it mandatory for areas where the site is more than 1,000 square meters and where built up areas more than 2,000 square meters, and all non-residential structures. So it includes hospitals, hotels, resorts, college, universities, institutions, office complexes, commercial complexes, shopping malls, schools, etc., etc. So all the non-residential buildings. So the major ones, for example, IKEA and other such, all the IT complexes, all the institutions, they are necessarily ECBC compliant. Next, please. So it has components like building envelope, how the outer kind of touch is given to comply with the energy conservation, then comfort systems and controls within the building, lighting aspect, and electrical power and use of renewable energy. So mix of these four constitutes the energy conservation and building code. Next, please. So as I mentioned that we have made it mandatory, we have an online system of building approval. It's called TSB Pass, under which while giving building approval itself, we say that once the occupancy certificate is to be obtained by every building. So when they are coming for OC, the ECBC compliance certification is mandatory for the building to get its OC. And as a process, we have already kind of covered till last year about 603 non-residential buildings with a built-up area of about 188 million SFT. Next, please. Now, in terms of energy saving, this is very interesting slide in the sense that till last year, we have been able to save about 77.2 megawatt of thermal power plant. Now, this is what I'm talking about, that the immediate impact, not only it leads to kind of cooler environments, but it also leads to energy saving. And that's where the cost economics works. Everybody used to think that, you know, these are extra cost items which we are imposing. But once CREDI and other builders association, once they were shown this economics of the saving aspect of how ECBC and cool roofing actually leads to energy saving. Now they are our active partners in the whole thing. Our airport is in fact ECBC compliant. Next, please. We recently had a meeting in May where we have kind of updated our ECBC compliance. So we are saying earlier it was minimum plot was earlier 2000. We have made it from 1000. Now we have made it to 500 square meters. We are enhancing our third-party control on monitoring over ECBC. And we have introduced and implemented and adopted the latest version of ECBC code. An online dashboard is available for all those policymakers to kind of keep a close tab on the implementation part. Next. Now I talk about the second aspect, which is Telangana State Cool Roofing Policy. This was made incorporated in our TSB Pass and is made mandatory with effect from 1st April 2023, that is from this year onwards. I'll quickly highlight some of the major points of this school roofing policy. And I in fact thank NRDC, ASCI and Plaksha University of Chandigarh to be very actively associated with us and be a part of it. Ms. Jan also is here. She is attending the conference and she'll be talking during the day about cool roofing also. Next slide. So we were earlier talking about the heat impact. Now, there are three aspects which are relating to urban kind of stress, which is urban heat island, leading to global warming and frequent climate changes. Now, we are saying things like almost 200 million people in India will be exposed to heat waves by 2030. 34 million people will actually lose their job due to productivity losses by 2030. And the increase in cooling requirement will increase by almost 8 times from where we are by 2037. And more specifically, infant and children, elderly people, people with health conditions and urban poor are the most vulnerable groups who will be impacted by this urban heat island stress. Next slide, please. So basically, urban heat island and cool roofing, as we know, as we are traveling through also rural areas, urban areas, the moment we enter urban areas, because of the reduced green effect, reduced greenery, and more of pavement and paved and cemented areas, the green area in urban areas is less, because of which the heat gets trapped and it becomes a more kind of the temperature difference is almost 3 to 5 degrees when compared to immediately you go to a rural area and you will find the difference. Now, cool roofing works on the very simple principle of reflecting sunlights if the roofing is done in compliance with cool roofing. Next slide, please. This leads to improved thermal comfort inside by 2 to 5 degrees. Air conditioners' energy requirement is brought down by almost 1/4. Reduce the urban heat island overall, and reduce mortality during extreme heat waves, and offset CO2 at the rate of almost 10 tons per 100 square meters of cool roofing done. And overall, if it's taken up on a larger scale, delays global warming. Next, please. So there are different types of cool roofing. Very simple ones are cool coating of the roof, cool shingles, China mosaic, cool membranes, and cool tiles. In fact, this China mosaic, which we used to be done earlier when we were kids, is back in fashion. Broken tiles, cool coating of tiles, or cool tiles simply, if put on the roof, can lead to a reduction of temperature by 3 to 5 degrees inside. And we are experiencing it in our state. Next slide, please. So basically what this policy, we have introduced this policy in April. I had requested my colleague from ASCII, I think he's there. He is carrying the copies of the cool roofing policy, and I request it can be distributed to all the esteemed participants. Basically, we are saying that roof painted with reflective coating can mitigate urban heat island effect and can provide thermal comfort and will save energy up to 20% overall in terms of cost. Next slide, please. Now, we have again made it mandatory for all types of, firstly, all types of residential buildings which have a plot area of 600 square yards or more. So if I have an individual house and my plot size is 800 square meters, I need to have cool roofing done in order to get the OC, occupancy certificate. All government-owned buildings must have cool roofing. On all non-residential and commercial buildings, irrespective of site area and built-up area, shall have cool roofing, in addition to the ECBC, which they have to comply. And then government-assisted housing project. We have low-cost housing, we have dignity housing. All of them shall comply with cool roofing. We have also made it optional for buildings which have solar rooftops, and they may adopt cool roof for better thermal comfort. Retrofitting of all non-residential buildings in next 3 years, and all residential buildings less than 600 square yards also are encouraged to go for cool roofing. Next slide, please. So in the process, we are saying that in next 5 years, this policy is applicable from 2023 to 2028, and we are saying that we shall be covering 300 square kilometers of roof area with cool roofing in this 5 years, and this will lead to about 600 million units gigawatt hours of energy saving, and in 5 years it's almost equivalent to one-time carbon offset of 30 million tons of carbon dioxide. So CO2 emission also will come down in the process. Next slide, please. Third aspect I will touch upon quickly is Eco Niwas Samhita, and this is something which we are going to introduce very, in next month most probably. So what I have discussed so far is non-residential buildings, they necessarily need to comply with energy conservation and building code. Residential above 600 square yards and non-residential have to comply with cool roofing policy. And now I'm talking about this Eco Niwas Samhita, which is 2018. This was launched by Ministry of Power. Next slide, please. On December 2018. However, it was kind of, that time minimum requirements were there in terms of building envelope parameters, and Eco Niwas Samhita 2021 has come out recently, which defines what type of buildings should be covered under this. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next one. Yeah. So we are focusing on residential sector. We are saying that the Eco Niwas Samhita code sets the criteria in terms of minimum building envelope, in terms of electrical, mechanical, and renewable energy systems. ensures adequate natural ventilation and daylighting, thermal comfort, and energy saving. Just press once more the screen. So it's a mix of building envelope as well as electrical and mechanical systems within the system. So it takes care of daylight, natural ventilation, envelope of the building in terms of construction material, and then electrical, mechanical, and RE systems in terms of the wiring which is used, renewable energy systems, etc. And that itself leads to, again, energy savings. Next slide, please. So we are saying that this will again be, code will be applicable for buildings which are 500 square meters and above. All residential part of mixed land use building projects on these plot sizes, and then all apartments shall have. The only thing which right now we are excluding is lodging and rooming houses, dormitories, and hotels, which are basically low-cost hotels, etc. We are right now keeping it out of it because of the initial cost constraint, but we will be bringing them in at some point. Next slide, please. So for all these three, basically, we are planning to introduce in the month of June. We had extensive discussions. So one good thing we do, I guess, is that we engage the builders community totally on any of these, whether it was ECBC, cool roofing, or now ENS. We call them, we circulate our draft guidelines, and then we have a meeting after about 15 days where they suggest what needs to be done, what need not be done. Their apprehensions are clarified. And then for each of these projects, what we do is we explain the cost economics. So how much does it cost for an area of, say, 100 square yards of built-up area for ECBC or cool roofing or ENS? And in terms of energy saving, in what period can that additional cost be recovered from them? And that's the kind of economics, once they understand, they become our active partners, and they kind of get totally involved with us. And that's how, and we incorporate in our building permission. So we make it mandatory. We say at the time of OC, occupancy certificate, the building must be compliant with this, and that's how we are achieving our targets. But I have a kind of request that if this can be discussed during the day, that at some point we will be needing a regulatory framework on certification part of these issues. Now, ECBC have its own star rating. We have Platinum Code and we have IGBC code. They have their own star ratings and their own kind of certification kind of things. But they're all kind of managed by the respective agencies. Now, for example, cool roofing. We need to have a certification whether the building is whatever, star rated, 5-star rated, or whatever. Now, how it will help a particular city or state is that apart from the fact that it will bring down the thermal impact of heat stress, it will bring down the energy requirement. More importantly, in long run, it will help us get additional investments in terms of new industries, new MNCs, new service sectors coming into your city if we have proper certification for ECBC and cool compliance and cool roofing policies in place. Because a lot of these MNCs have requirement and mandate to go in for net zero kind of timelines and to favor a particular location if they have policies in place aimed at energy reduction. So this is something where I'll request NDMA, NRDC, and our ministry colleagues to kind of look into, and if we can have a regulatory framework on this, in long run, it will really be useful for cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore, and other cities. And maybe in a defined time frame, we can be achieving targets which will have very substantial impact on energy reduction. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar, for joining us from Hyderabad and for this workshop, and thank you for sharing this exemplary work. We have copies of this policy on all the tables, so please feel free to go through them. We now turn our back to another recent encouraging action of Heat by City. We will now be launching the Jodhpur Heat Action Plan, The Jodhpur Heat Action Plan was developed by the Jodhpur Nagar Nigam North with NRDC India and the Mahila Housing Trust as knowledge partners. The Heat Action Plan is the first in the state of Rajasthan to have done a ward-level vulnerability assessment to equip local administration, target heat responses in heat-vulnerable wards. We are very happy to release the plan here with all of you today. I would now like to invite everybody.
We were hoping that the municipal commissioner can also be here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vatsa. I would now like to invite Mr. Samir Quatra to deliver the vote of thanks.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to begin by thanking Mr. Krishna Vats, Member Secretary, NDMA, as well as Shri Arvind Kumar, who's joined us virtually. He's the Special Chief Secretary, MAUD Telangana, Shri Kunal Satyarthi, Joint Secretary from NDMA, and my colleague Deepa Bagai, Country Head, NRDC. I'd also like to thank NDMA for hosting and getting us together for this important discussion. And our partners, Climate Trends, all the guests from media, thank you for joining. You have such a critical role in spreading, this important information and helping people cope with extreme heat. I'm very grateful for all the representatives from states who have come. There are at least 9 or 10 states that I had listed, who are here. So very thankful for you to traveling, and I hope you will have insights to share, as well lessons to take back and implement, which will make an impact. And then finally, I'd like to thank my NRDC colleagues in helping put this together. So I know all of you have worked very hard. So thank you very much. And as speakers before us have talked about, we are all thankful to have this privilege, and I hope you can all join me in, being grateful for having this privilege to be able to discuss how we can make a difference to the lives of people who are not as privileged as us, sitting in an air-conditioned room while talking about extreme heat. So thankful to have this position, this statement. I hope all of you realize the importance of the privilege that you have and can make a difference going. So thank you very much.
So we will start with you. Samir. I would now like to invite Shri Krishna S. Vatsa, member NDMA, who will be sharing an overview on resources for states for developing heat wave mitigation programs. Welcome, sir.
Well, I really do want to thank despite having such sense and taking us through with this important keynote that
Thank
you've
you.
come here.
Thank you. Thank you. So must thank NRDC for inviting me here. It's an important, very important deliberation, and I'm so glad to be part of this. Um, we discussed the heat wave management way back in January when we organized this workshop in IIT Bombay, and I think we got a lot of participation, and I think there is a lot that we can build upon, and the deliberations today also would contribute to the process. We hope that we will be able to develop a broader national framework for dealing with heat wave, and it's not just limited to the preparedness. It will also include mitigation. Though I have been asked to speak on the resources and how should we make the resources available for heat wave management, my presentation here is broader, and I would like to touch upon all the important issues which have a bearing upon the heat wave management in the country. So I will touch upon all those issues, and I look forward to a very vigorous, very constructive discussion today. And as you said, it's not just a discussion; it's actually something that we would like to continue with, and we definitely want to implement a program at the national level. So as an institution, NDMA is very much committed to this process. We started this work way back in 2016. We have developed guidelines. As Kunalji has mentioned all this, that how we have been pursuing this issue for quite some time, and I would say that there has been quite a good amount of impact of all the initiatives taken by NDMA. But I'm so glad that NRDC has taken this initiative of organizing it, and we hope we work together on this. Thank you. So let's begin the presentation. Okay. So basically, as Deepa Madam mentioned, it's a class hazard. It's very much, its impact is very much related to the state of housing, and the employment and livelihoods that we pursue, the public transport that we experience or we use, and also the educational institutions we attend. I think the impact of heat wave is very much dependent upon these things. If you are living in a better house, we don't experience the impact, but if you are living in slums, if you are living in huts, we can experience much stronger impact of heat wave. Same thing could be said about employment and livelihoods. People engaged in manual labor, they are far more exposed to the impact of heat wave. So its class dimensions, everyone pointed out, are very clear, and we must always keep that in mind. Now, what are the important sectors that are very much influenced by, impacted by heat wave? Health, of course, we all experience the health impact of heat waves, but agriculture is one sector which is also very much impacted by heat wave. We have experienced reduction in productivity or total production and productivity both in agriculture sector, and we definitely are concerned about protecting agriculture sector, as it also influences food security. So it's not just agriculture, it's also an issue of food security. And then again, Deepaji mentioned that workers' productivity is very closely tied to the heat wave. Real estate, service sector, manufacturing sectors, a whole lot of people are engaged, and their productivity, their efficiency, very much are adversely influenced by heat waves. And then water resources, availability of water resources, that's also a very important issue that we face when we are dealing with the impact of heat wave. Now, what are the spatial and geographical dimensions? That's very important. Urban areas, of course, are impacted in their own ways. Rural areas and peri-urban areas, all the but the kind of impacts they differ, across the urban and rural areas and peri-urban areas. And then there are certain areas within the country which are more exposed to heat waves. The areas closer to the Tropic of Cancer are especially hot. So if you start from Ahmedabad, Nagpur, all the way to Odisha, these are some of the areas which are very hot, and when heat wave could impact the people living in these areas far more adversely. We also have the demographic dimensions. People in the old age could become very vulnerable. We have sudden temperature hikes. One day the temperature could go up by 4 degrees. It has happened this year also. From 41 to 46, and suddenly the people in the old age really start complaining of many things, which we are not able to understand that it is the spike in the temperature that has really led to some of those conditions. Women working in the kitchen could be extremely affected by heat. School going children could experience direct impact, and people in working age groups could also be seriously affected when they are engaged in manual labor. So there are different demographic groups. They are again affected in different ways, and when we develop plans, we definitely need to keep in mind how these different age groups could very much be affected by heat wave. So if we are now looking at developing a national framework for heat wave management, we are looking at some of the important functions. And these important functions are early warning, preparedness, and mitigation. So it's important that, and all these actions, all these components, they need to be implemented at the local level. They have to be, we cannot do it at the national level. As we just released the Jodhpur heat action plan. We have to have this heat action plan at the level of the districts and cities, and that is what we are doing. And each city will have a very different kind of heat action plan. So heat action plan actually becomes the vehicle of our support, how we should produce the heat action plan, district after district, city after city. But again, these heat action plans need to be very practical, workable. They should not become conceptual documents. So they should be a guide to action. So very important that we develop templates which yield a meaningful heat action plan, supported well by resources, technical assistance, and some local action. While we prepare the heat action plan, the institutional support also becomes very important. And that's where the role of disaster management authorities come. At the national level, we are taking the lead, and I think that has really made a difference to the response that we get at the state and district levels. But we also need to step up our efforts, and all the state disaster management authorities and district disaster management authorities need to be very closely involved with the preparation and implementation of heat action plans. So what is most important now, and I think it has come to, we need to recognize that there is a need for appointing heat officers at the district level and at the city level. World over now, this practice is now coming up. We should also consider that there is an officer, who should be designated as heat officer. He should be responsible for most of the actions that are included in the heat action plan. Without that, without apportioning that responsibility, it becomes very, very difficult for us to implement and monitor heat action plan. So, and then we also need to set up a practice group of heat officers, organize orientation programs for the heat officers, what they are supposed to do. This is a completely new area. So this is a specialization that we need to develop. And without this, the heat action plan would not really define the kind of traction and impact that is needed. Then some of the functions, the early warning. Early warning for heat wave, it's not just about forecasting, it's also about monitoring how heat wave is across state, country. We need to provide more disaggregated information. Not just that, there's maybe, we should at the sub-district level within the district also, there could be substantial variations. So we should focus on more local information. And it's not just about focus. We also need to assess the impact, how the people are getting impacted, how the natural resources are getting impacted. So impact analysis is also extremely important. And there, the role of these automatic weather stations, that we need to have a very dense network of automatic weather stations, which are kind of, looking at the humidity, temperature, everything. And we are getting the reports, getting the feedback from the districts also. So the more dense the network of AWS, the better the monitoring and forecasting, because everything that we are saying gets validated at the local level. And then finally, how do we disseminate it to the people? That people should be aware of it. More and more awareness, more and more local preparedness. That would really help dealing with the impact of heat wave. So the early warning, of course, it's led by the IMD, but I think we need to have a much broader and much wider effort at the local level, which must involve the state disaster management authorities and district disaster management authorities. We cannot just depend upon the early warning agency, because it's not just about early warning, it's also about impact monitoring. And we need to get the feedback from the people, from the local authorities, how actually heat wave is playing out. Then the area specific preparedness, we cannot have just one broad template for preparedness. The preparedness would vary from one district to another, one city to another, and we need to specify that in the heat action plan. And some of these preparedness measures are very well known, that we need to reschedule the working hours, school hours. We need to have health preparedness measures. Very, very important that our local hospitals, PHCs, they are equipped to deal with the impact of the heat wave. We need to also change the public transportation arrangements, avoid overloading. There is a huge amount of problem that arises just because of overloading of our buses and trains. Provision of drinking water, how do we ensure that everyone gets drinking water, and also regulation of surface and groundwater. Actually, I have seen that the scarcity of water actually adds to the psychological impact of the heat wave also. So when there is water is scarce, people are really, really affected. The availability of water makes a big difference to the people's preparedness. So we need to have that area specific preparedness. And then finally, the mitigation measures, which we just, we got this presentation from Telangana, cool roof technology, plantations, afforestations on large scale, improvement of water bodies, enhancement of water bodies, and controlling GHG emissions. There could be many other mitigation measures. And of course, mitigation measures would also vary from one area to another, one city to another, from the coastal areas to the hilly areas. So we need to include these different types of mitigation measures and how to go about implementing them. It's very important that all the stakeholders need to come together. And as I mentioned, the disaster management authorities are really the prime actors, but we also need to be supported by ministry and departments of health at the state level and at the district level. Water resources department, local governments are going to play an extremely important role. So both the municipal corporations as well as Panchayati Raj institutions. So they have to be very, very important stakeholders. NGOs, CSOs, RWAs, all of them have very, important role to play. But I think the private sector, needs to step up. I think we need to hear more from the private sector. After all, the productivity is very much linked to the impact of heat wave, and private sector must play the role in ensuring their own working force is insulated from the impact of heat wave, and also that it's a public cause and they must contribute. So very, very important that we work together with the private sector. It's also very important. A heat wave is an emerging hazard, so we have to have some research institutions supporting it, with the database, with the local research, and how we need to improve our response. So right now we are getting the reports, but they are on a very scattered basis. We do not have really a repository of knowledge, so it's very, very important that we invest in this area and develop this repository of knowledge. So. And then finally, the funding the heat wave management. This is also, this is everything is dependent upon this. So we have the NDRF and SDRF, and the National Disaster Response Fund and State Disaster Response Fund. They have two windows from which this heat wave management can be supported: response and relief. That's one window, and second is the preparedness and capacity building. So all the states have the access to the SDRF, and they can NDRF, through NDRF also it can be augmented. The second funding window is the mitigation fund and the state mitigation fund and national disaster mitigation fund. So all the mitigation measures could also be supported through this. But pooling of resources from different, but we cannot expect that all these things would be supported only through the NDRF and NDMF and SDRF and SDMF. It has to be a pooling of resources. The local governments, private sector, they must contribute. So it has to be a collective effort. So this is what I presented here is generally the outline of a national framework, and see, it's very important to understand that we can't have a national program, for heat wave management. It has to be a local program. What we can provide is the kind of broader technical, financial, and institutional support for this process. But what is important is that it is and they should find ways of supporting it, implementing it. There would be some funding support, but we also need to find support from the local level so that it becomes a genuinely national effort, a national framework through which we provide support to a whole lot of people who are disproportionately exposed to the impact of the heat wave. So this is what we want to do, and we are keen to get your support. We would need some volunteers. So if you are happy to support us, please join us, and we will work on developing this network, this framework, and take it to the states, take it to the districts and cities, and implement them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the framework and those very significant insights. We will now be breaking for a 10-minute tea break, after which we will kickstart with our first session of the workshop.
रख दिया ओके ये शायद कृष्णा सर का बैग है Hello. May I request everyone to please take their seats and we are starting the session 1 now. And जितना हम लोग delay करेंगे उतना ही हम लोग lunch से दूर होते जाएंगे and I don't want all of you to be away from your lunch. So can I request everyone to please take your seats? And we can have the tea and coffee served at your tables. Please take your seats.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our first session now will be addressing the planning of heat mitigation strategies and the developing a framework for their implementation. To chair this session, I would now like to welcome on stage Shri Kunal Satyarthi, our Joint Secretary from NDMA, who will be chairing the session. I also invite the distinguished panelists of the session to join Mr. Satyarthi on stage. Thank you all. Over to Mr. Satyarthi for taking forward the proceedings of the session.
So, good afternoon, everybody. We have reassembled. I'll request all the participants to, after the nice tea and coffee break, we can start the real work that we are supposed to be doing. So, I welcome all the esteemed participants back in this hall. As always happens in any workshop or seminar, I have still to go to a workshop seminar where you're saying we are 10 minutes before time. So I still not have attended a workshop in which you are half an hour before time or 10 minutes before time. So just to announce that we are half an hour already delayed, and that delay will carry forward to the end until we try to make up the time now. So I would be moderating this session, and this session is on planning heat mitigation strategies and developing framework for implementation. And on this panel, we have 3 offline participants and 1 online participant. And we have talked about in the inaugural session about why this is so important, what is possible, what is not possible, what looks like good work happening thanks to all these states and the organization that have been doing good work. So we'll carry forward that discussion. In this session, I would be first inviting Professor Raghu from IIT Bombay, and he's a visiting faculty there and has keen interest in climate impacts and ocean's role in climate variability and change, climate impacts on Earth systems, modeling and predictions. So he has also engaged with NGOs on sustainable agriculture methods and research on human mind and its limitation accepting risks that are not obvious. So very nice. I like that line. Trying to do research on human minds and its limitation on accepting risks that are not obvious. And heat wave looks like one of those risks, and imminent like climate change. So without reading a long introduction, I'll hand it over to you, Professor Raghu, for your deliberations, and I'll request you to say do a 8 or 9 minutes presentation. That would be perfectly fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
I had planned for about 15 minutes, but we can always cut it short. So I'm going to basically talk about the time scales at which the preparations have to be made. When we talk about cool roofs, obviously it's a longer term mitigation strategy, and then there are various scales. So we already know that the climate is warming. Each decade is warmer than before. Oops. Are you changing or am I changing? Can you go back? Yeah. So go back one more. That second one. Okay. Can I control from here? Okay. So this is kind of the temperature trend if you look at from 93 to 2002. And I like this contrast because I don't think the pointer is working, but nonetheless, you can see that India is kind of a cool spot, whereas the oceans around us are warm, and Middle East is really warming into the Mediterranean, and this has huge impacts on what happens over India. In fact, the pre-monsoon this year over Delhi, for example, was cooler than normal, and I think Delhi people were happy. March was cooler than normal in Mumbai, but April may have been tremendously hot. So even if you look at the trends over a long time over India, over India, we should never think about annual means anyways, because it's the seasonal contrasts are very strong. So even in March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, if you look at 1980 to 2022 trends, India is generally warming, Middle East is, cooling, and Middle East is warming. Originally, it was only looked at the summertime and people thought this is related to pollution and aerosol, but actually now we know that more than that is happening. So this is still something that's being looked at. Obviously, it has an impact on monsoons, because if land is cool, then the monsoon circulation can tend to be weaker, which has been seen as a reduction in mean rainfall. And on the other hand, during March, April, May, we have oceans being very warm around us and land is cooler, but this doesn't prevent us from getting heat waves, which are extreme. So this is kind of the contrast, and you can see Middle East is really warm in all seasons as well. And this is just showing how the unusual circulation this year, I didn't arrange it properly, but nonetheless, from April into May, you can see that Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal had been unusually warm. And this allowed some nice pre-monsoon showers, not only over northwest India, but also over south peninsular India. And India has gotten excess pre-monsoon showers this year. So we have to always look at these time scales of where the system is going in terms of global warming and what is the local manifestation of the global warming and what is the local change on seasonal timescales because of natural variability like La Nina and El Nino. We went from La Nina of 3 years, we are now slipping into El Nino. So it's not just what El Nino does, but it is how the transition happens from the winter into the summer. That's what really matters, because El Nino and La Nina happen in December, January, February, and we are talking about things that happen in March, April, May, and June, July, August. So we have to always look for the transition. So this transition produces some very unusual situations for monsoon and heat waves. So if you look at the North Indian Ocean daily SSTs from January to March, we were below normal because it was a La Nina winter in January, and we have warmed by over 2 degrees over Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal. So this is something hopefully will give us stronger monsoon and somewhat compensate for the El Nino effect, but we have to wait and see over that. The good thing, coming to closer to time scales, the forecasts and early warnings, which is what I generally tend to focus on, needed for India, whether it's for heat waves or for the monsoon season for agriculture. It's the so-called intra-seasonal time scale. Season is 90 days. Anything that varies less than 90 days, we call intra-seasonal. In the monsoon, it's very easy to think of as the active and break periods or the mini wet and mini drought periods that we talk about, that the farmers really rely on. This is the pre-monsoon rainfall, and you can see even in this we have these active and break periods. So this gives us kind of the intrinsic time scale in the system. In all seasons, we have these multi-week periods. So if you look at the IMD's forecast system, they have short to medium term, so 1 to 3 days, 3 to 10 days, and then they have extended range, which is weeks 2 to 4, and then we have the seasonal forecast. And this also gives us a framework for arranging our early warning systems. So I'll talk about that in a minute. Of course, there are other things happening. The Arctic warming and the Southern Ocean warming send us waves that bring heat waves and extreme rainfall. And sometimes they also favor cyclones just before the monsoon onset happens and so on and so forth. So we also have to keep our eyes on those. And those are also changing at all time scales, including global warming time scales. So hopefully we are progressing on all those fronts. And in fact, if you look at the skills from IMD, in fact, we are making tremendous progress as well. The other thing I will argue here is how do we want to think about the future? Usually you hear when you say climate change, you always hear about what will happen in 2100. This is basically useless information. Not only because we cannot do much about it for anything, maybe some infrastructure things, but the information that comes beyond 2050 is basically very uncertain. It depends on the scenarios that the IPCC teams assume. And those scenarios, if you look at what happens after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, nobody can assume future what will happen. So I think what India can do and should do, in my mind, is take what is now under WMO, the so-called annual to decadal climate update, where they make projections only to about 5 years. So just now they released the 2023 forecast, and they also released 2023 to 2027 for May, June, July, August, September, and October, November, December, January, December. So you can see that the skill again over India, it shows a cooling, and then you can see the near surface temperature there. And we also have to remember that the skill for temperature is much better than skill for predicting rainfall. So rainfall even in a few days is not very good, but temperature has large scale, so we can predict them much better. So I would suggest for people like Mr. Satyarthi, who have a lot of influence, to convince IMD and IITM Pune and so on to join the international group on doing these decadal forecasts, so that we know next 5 years to 10 years what is coming. Here we have much better control on what the models are doing, and 2100 is basically useless. The other thing, this work came out of IIT Bombay from a student which I was also involved in, where we use the census data to look at how socioeconomic vulnerabilities to natural hazards, hydroclimatic hazards have changed. And the good news is, I think the mortalities and so on for heat waves, cyclones, etc. have been reduced greatly by a lot of the action that's being discussed here. And it turns out that if you look at the difference between 2001 and 2011 census, the actual extreme events and hazards have grown, but the blue areas there, 76% of the nation has reduced socioeconomic vulnerability to hazards. How did it happen? There are many factors that go into these indices. You know, kacha house, pakka house, per capita income, what kind of job you have. So even matters whether you are a lower caste, upper caste, etc. But one of the key things that emerged out of this is women who have even 4th grade to 5th grade, 6th grade education are much less vulnerable, because they're able to use the information and take action and save their families and kids and groceries and a house and other things. So these kind of vulnerabilities and risks are very important, because if we map them in terms of preparation for mitigation, it'll allow us to pick specific things where vulnerabilities can be reduced. The previous speaker had talked about how heat wave, even within Mumbai, for example, will affect the people in Dharavi very different than the people in South Bombay or Hiranandani and so on. And we have to also produce information at that scale, which is now possible basically by using the forecast that Akhil Srivastava is here. He does WRF modeling at 2 kilometers, 1 kilometers, and so on. Then you have to combine data, use artificial intelligence, etc., to reduce the information to neighborhood level. And we know how to do this. That's how the future will work. I won't talk too much about this. This is about a new paper that just came out that mapped the PM 2.5 for the globe using some artificial intelligence information as well. The other thing for preparing for heat waves, I think, to look for confounders. Pollution exposure makes heat wave impact much worse. So it's not just socioeconomics, but what kind of pollution level you are living in. So we have to somehow build indices that will take exposure to pollution as well. And in terms of mitigation, we know that obviously pollution is deadlier when it's combined with heat. This work just looked at vegetation indices and urban heat island effects to show that you can actually reduce locally the urban heat island effect by optimally growing trees. So in Mumbai, for example, you have a strong contrast from coast towards the hills. So you can actually do urban greening and so on to reduce urban heat island effect as well. So these kind of strategies are now possible by combining geospatial data, models, artificial intelligence, socioeconomic data, and so on. So data will become very critical as well. I think that's my couple of more slides. So this is kind of the time scales. I won't deal with too much where the skills are, but if we want to build a system, this is well known, and India is part of this under the World Meteorological Organization and the World Climate Research Program. It's called the S2S time scale, sub-seasonal to seasonal time scale. So IMD makes seasonal forecasts. Let's say by January, they will tell you how the spring will look like. Then they also do so-called extended range forecasts, which are weeks 2 to 4, which has quite a good skill, especially for temperature. And then you have short to medium term, so days 1 to 3 and 3 to 10. So you can use the so-called ready, set, go framework. You can look at the seasonal forecast and can begin to kind of plan where your resources will go, which place may be very hot spot for heat waves. And then when the go step, the set step comes, you have week 2 to 4 information where you may make further decisions on actually arranging heat wave centers, cooling centers, hydration, water resources, etc. And the go step is where you get 1 to 10 day information, which is actionable. So that's when you begin to actually act on disaster mitigation, putting your heat corps in place, and so on. So to manage resources very well, we can combine these 3 time horizons nicely to prepare this ready, set, go framework for managing the heat waves and mitigating the impacts on people. Okay, I think I'll stop with that.
Thank you so much, Professor Raghu, for talking about scaring us enough. I think scaring us enough that it is real and it is happening in the world, and giving us the prediction modeling and forecasting modeling from not only India but also from outside. Moving on, I'll invite Aditya Pillai from the who is associate fellow at the Center for Policy Research, and I presume he would be talking about how heat action plans have been implemented by the states and the districts, and also about what his findings are and what our suggestions could be for today's workshop. Aditya, over to you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Really nice to be following Professor Mutugode after that very nice presentation. I'm actually going to try and do something a little bit different, which is I'm going to try and talk about the future. And so the presentation is going to be about whether we can heat-proof the future. And it's an analysis of our long-term heat resilience. So essentially what we've done here is we went from this report that we put out a few months ago about heat action plans and where it could improve. And now we start thinking a little bit more about the long-term measures within those heat action plans and what needs to be done to implement those. So it follows very closely from the challenge put down by Mr. Satyarthi in the opening comments about how long-term measures are extremely important, and also from some of the predictive modeling that we saw in the previous presentation, right? So this is the policy side of the long-term question in heat. So what is the case for long-term heat planning, right? So this is a fundamentally important question when you look at it from the policymaker's perspective, and that's what folks from NDMA, the SDMAs, all sorts of other agencies have to contend with every day. And when you shift the focus to the long term, you start thinking about transformative actions within your cities and built environments, and you move away from symptomatic responses, right? So it's less about the ORS and the cooling centers, and it's more about actually figuring out how to change your structures. So it's a much higher policy bar. It's much more difficult to implement, but it's also very important we get it right. And I'll show you why in just a little time. The main reason is heat gets more dangerous with time. I think there's scientific consensus around that, not only because of socioeconomic variables, but also because of the nature of climate variability and where the climate is going, especially for India. I'll pull up 2 peer-reviewed studies in just a second to show you that. The second part of this is a lot of the solutions that we picked up from Indian HAPs actually have very long gestation periods. This is not something you can do right away, right? So if you're planning for long-term heat, it's not about planning for 1.07, 1.1 degrees. It's actually planning for what heat will be in 2050. So if you want to start now, then you might actually have a chance of reducing vulnerability in the future, even as heat increases because of increasing emissions, right? So here's case 1. So this is a study from Mukherjee and Mishra in 2018, which is actually a quite influential study. And it talks about 3-day continuous hot day, hot night events. I mean, colloquially, what we call a heat wave under different temperature scenarios, 1.5, 2, and 3 degrees. And is there a pointer on this? No, okay. What you'll see is between 2 and 3 degrees is a high degree of spatial variation in the heat, right? So the east is particularly affected. There's the coast along the Arabian Sea that's particularly affected. But you see that it actually gets worse and worse and becomes a pan-India problem over time. But there is a case to be made here. If, say, we limit warming to 2 degrees or 2.5 even, currently it's projected to be 2.7, there is a case to be made that some parts of the country need higher investments than other parts of the country, depending on the vulnerability, right? So on the national scale, there's a case to be made for planning efficiency in the sense that you could possibly invest 20 to 30% of your effort in some areas and get 80% of your results in terms of heat resilience. So it's important to think about it in terms of the long-term projections. Here's another study from someone we're working with for the current phase of our heat research, Lucas Zappitello at Harvard. And he put together this probabilistic projection of increased heat stress by climate change. And again, I think this is fairly well understood. It makes a case for long-term planning because he builds 2,100 scenarios, which I do agree that of limited use, but of rhetorical use perhaps. And you see very clearly, again, I mean, the colors aren't great on this, but you see again, there's some spatial variation within India, but also India is particularly badly affected, right? And so we have, it looks like the arrows have fallen off. We have, a fair degree of understanding of what this means down the line. We don't exactly know what the heat exposed labor force is at the moment. It's between 50 and 75%, and there are different methodologies that end up with different numbers because it's very hard to actually know who's exposed to heat. But we know it's a big part because of the structure of the Indian economy, exposure to agriculture, mining, construction work, informal service sector works, and urban environments, and so on. We also know a big chunk of working hours will be lost. And this is where that 34 million jobs number comes from. It's from an ILO report, which slightly alarmingly is actually projecting on an RCP 2.6 pathway. And we're maybe closer to the 4.5 emissions pathway. So this is by 2030. So all of these are essentially cases for the long-term perspective, and we see, major falls in various agricultural components, which is important because it's the livelihoods of half of this country's labor force. And agricultural labor working hours will fall by about 10% by 2030 on that same RCP 2.6 pathway. So again, another panel talking about how, so India is the dark blue in this circle, and these are the 10 most heat exposed countries. And this is a paper by Luke Parsons. And India is essentially half of the heat economic impact across the world. And I mean, if you look at China over there, I think because of the structural change in their economy, this is not something the paper says, it's something I'm overlaying on the paper, but I think because of structural changes in the Chinese economy, they seem to have reduced their overall exposure despite a similar population number, and also because large parts of the country are quite cool. But what it means is over the next 2-3 decades, the plane of economic competition globally is going to be skewed by these underlying climate effects, right? So economic competition is not what it was in the 1990s or the early 2000s. So this is going to have macro impacts on the structure of Indian economic development. This is this emerging narrative of human survivability being breached, and this comes from the World Bank report, which a couple of people have already mentioned. To my mind, this is also a bit scary because it feels like, things are moving in a direction where we have little control over what's happening. So a lot of the gist of this presentation is to say there are actually a bunch of long-term actions built into our heat action plans that, if implemented, will push this limit back considerably. But it's a question of implementing now and implementing them in a concerted way. So we profiled 37 Indian heat action plans and put together all the solutions they proposed. So we built a composite data set of all the heat action plans, put all the solutions from each of these heat action plans together, and figured out which were short term and which were long term. And long term's tricky because anything over one heat season can be considered long term because it's unsure how long it'll play out. Right? So if you issue a change in labor guidelines, how long is that going to have an effect? It's not clear. So this is not an exact science, and some of this is impressionistic. But we tried thinking about what are the heat solutions that will have an impact over a 10-year time scale, right? And this is going back to 10-year climate modeling projections that seem to make the most sense, at least excluding geopolitical shocks. So the broad list, the types of solutions that seem to have 10-year plus effects include a bunch of institutional solutions, nature-based solutions, behavioral change solutions, infrastructure solutions, and technology solutions. And I will graphically represent them. This is the list of all the solutions we have. There are some darker shades which the projector is not picking up, but those darker shades are the longer-term solutions. So if I take out the less than 10-year solutions, it's actually quite interesting that if you, of all the solutions proposed, 51% can be said to have an effect of 10 years or more, right? Depending on 10 years or more. So they will have an effect for the 10 years and then possibly beyond the 10 years, right? And at some point we want to get to a 30-year time scale so we can talk to 2050 temperature targets. But we grayed out this bit on the left, which is solutions that have an effect for less than 10 years. And on the right is everything with an effect for 10 years or more. And what I want you to take away from this is about 50% of Indian heat solutions can have long-term effects. So implementation is now absolutely crucial, especially for that half, right? For the half on the right. I'm just going to give you a flavor of what these are, what these solutions are. So enhancing green cover under nature-based solutions, something that will take decades to implement, hugely important. Labor guidelines and change in school operational guidelines. So these are institutional changes that have behavioral effects. Infrastructure changes, particularly with vernacular building materials and green buildings. We heard a lot about ECBC earlier. Mixed use planning, training for government officials, repeated training for government officials, right? And so a lot of these have conditions that they have to be consistently applied over time. You can't just have the one government training and expect that to have a 10-year effect. For institutional questions, we assume there is some institutional memory and part dependence, and that's how institutions operate. If that's not the case, then institutions fall off this bandwagon, right? So there are assumptions underlying whether these will have 10-year effects or not. We talked about chief heat officers a little bit earlier, but the designation of nodal officers and so on becomes quite important. Evaluation mechanisms. I won't get too much into the details, and hopefully this presentation will be circulated, but the idea here is there are several of these solutions that, if done right and evaluated right and updated right, will end up refining itself over time. So there's also a refinement process within the HAPs that should happen to have these long-term effects. What are the roadblocks to this? And this comes from our previous report. The financial shortfalls are hugely important. We've already seen a couple of states think about 15 Finance Commission reports, but like the previous presentation and conversations over coffee suggest, this is a work in progress. It's a huge source of funds. We're currently doing a study trying to understand how centrally sponsored schemes can be tapped into for implementation of heat solutions. And centrally sponsored schemes are worth about 4.5 lakh crores in 2023. That's a huge amount. So if you can tap into 3-4% of those 4.5 lakh crores, that's a huge amount of money, and there are automatic linkages already built in. We looked at the body of CSSs in the scheme documents, and heat action plans is something we'll release in a few months. And we found 64 links where centrally sponsored schemes can be tapped into for heat action plan implementation, right? So it solves a little bit of the financing problem. The final bit is the accountability structures, which heat action plans don't do very well at the moment. So only less than half allocated responsibility for periodic reviews, which is a problem. And also the consultations generally tend to be within government and rather than including stakeholders, which at the local level is very important. there were no independent evaluations suggested, right? And the final sort of big picture point that we don't have any data on, but just reflects comments earlier, is there are also local capacity issues, and there's huge variation across the country in local capacity for implementation. So I'll just end there. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Aditya. I think very important slides, particularly about the implementation of the heat action plan and the gaps and what solutions they prescribe and what is possible. So that's a very important study in NDMA we have gone through, and we look forward to more insights into mainstreaming the whole thing. Moving on, we have an online speaker, Dr. Rashri Kotharkar from, she's a professor at the VNIT Nagpur. And if she's online, she would be, she's currently with NDMA trying to develop a model framework for a heat action plan for the city of Nagpur. And we are looking forward to that study so that we have a framework to fall back upon when we start drafting the heat action plan for the urban cities in India. So, Dr. Rashri Kotharkar, if you're online, can you make your presentation now?
Yes, sir.
9 to 8 minutes.
Yes. Can you see this? Hello. Can everyone see it?
Over to you, Rashmi ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you can hear, right?
We can hear and see you, but we are waiting for the slides to appear.
Yeah. So, I think now it's visible.
Yes, it is visible. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
8 minutes.
Thank you so much. As it was discussed by the earlier speakers, I mean, one part is really talking about the whole of India, and Aditya was talking about the issues related to heat action plans and then implementation. Since NDMA has funded the project wherein we are supposed to develop a model heat action plan, I'll be talking about some of its aspects and essentially getting into a neighborhood level aspects as far as the heat stress is concerned. So as of today, heat action plan is the only mechanism available to deal with the heat at the city level. Currently, this is what we are doing at the national level. When we are trying to develop this model heat action plan, we realized that there is a document by WMO, WHO, which essentially identifies the 8 core elements that should be a part of the heat action plan. And 3 of them, and there are 4 domains under which these you can actually categorize the core elements. So meteorological domain, epidemiological, public health, and built environment. And out of these 3, I thought that we'll focus today, since it's talking about mapping the vulnerability and talking about mitigation. I thought we'll speak more about the built environment, because that kind of is a part of a solution and part of a problem also. The review that we conducted of heat action plan essentially boiled over, essentially told us few things. One of them is the heat action plans are not integrated with the national planning policy and other development plans that we are doing. Most importantly, heat vulnerability mapping is not really taking place with the help of spatial frameworks. And lastly, there is no integration of water management along with the heat and water. They are not getting integrated. That could also lead to a problem. And so the model heat action plan that we are trying to develop is essentially going to talk about guidelines, models that can be, which is intended for a pan-India application. It kind of tries to integrate the existing plans and policies and doesn't come up with another document which is forced on the implementing agencies. It tries to work on around the 8 core elements and takes into account all the 4 domains. So this is essentially what we tried to do. So I'm just going to give you a brief as what we plan to do. So it works at short-term, medium-term, and long-term levels. And it takes all the 4. So if you can see these 4 domains, it takes into account. It also takes into account all the 8 core elements and tries to tell the action objectives that are there, and for each objective what are the actions required, what will be the timeline. This would be done for short term, medium term and long term, and it tries to follow what is already told, that it should be broad, it should be communicated effectively. That is how the heat action plan should be, and one should ensure that while we are responding to heat, we should not end up increasing the problems of climate change. That should not happen, and we should adopt a long-term approach. And lastly and most importantly, there should be an effort to evaluate, which is a little tricky. So this is how the plan is essentially getting developed, that you have so many core elements, each of them takes into account the short term, medium term, long term, and all the 4 domains on the other side. So what I'm going to present today is, when we talk about the heat and cities, there are a couple of things that are very critical to us. We are essentially talking about the human comfort, and around that we wish to solve the problems. But the major issue is, where is a problem? At what time is there a problem? That means we were trying to identify whether it's just a daytime issue or it's also a nighttime issue. Who is the person who requires help, or what is that vulnerable group? Where, in the sense, what is the area in the city which is more prone to heat stress? And what actions, in the sense, what kind of mitigation measures, if one takes, will be beneficial for a certain kind of a development. So what we essentially did was, we used a kind of a spatial classification system, which is called as local climate zones, which we used at the city level to map the city. So this is how, if you look at the city, you will find that it's not a homogeneous built environment. You will have various types of development. So there'll be something like very high density, you will have medium density development, there'll be sparse areas also, there'll be institutional areas as well. And all of them do not experience the same level of heat stress at the same time. So there will be areas that will have issues in the night maybe, and during the daytime they might be comfortable. Some areas will remain under discomfort during the day, but might not have such a major issue at the night. So this is how the work was done in Nagpur. So we kind of mapped all the local climate zones in Nagpur. I'm not going to get into what defines a local climate zone. Essentially, all the parameters that have an impact on the temperature of that particular area. So this was the kind of a configuration of the local climate zones that we found in Nagpur. Then what we did initially was, the land surface temperature was mapped for Nagpur. Now this is just the daytime data, and it's a land surface temperature. So it doesn't essentially give you a kind of an hourly picture of how the city is going through on a typical summer day. So we have something like 14 to 18 stations in Nagpur. So it kind of gives you an idea if this is the mean of the city, or you can say that you can consider this as the mean of the city. So the average minimum temperature, how are various areas, if you compare them against the average city temperature, how do they behave? So typically the dense areas during night, because it's an average minimum temperature, you will see that typically the denser areas will be hotter during the night, whereas the greener spaces or with less built form will be much cooler during the night than the city mean. So this is the city average temperature, this is during the night and this is during the day. Whereas during the day, the denser areas were cooler than the city average, the maximum temperature, and the sparse areas were way hotter than the city mean. Which the argument that I'm trying to make is that you will require a heat action plan which takes into account the variation in the city and the variable heat stress that already exists in the city. So a spatial framework will be required to understand and evaluate the heat stresses in the city. If you compare it with the energy consumption also, we found that the areas which had a greener, which were performing better when it came to heat stress, the energy consumption in the worst areas was higher to the tune of 22% higher than the areas that was performing better. This is kind of a 24-hour heat stress map of all these areas using all three major indices of comfort, which is Tmax, then you have a PET, and then you have a UTCI, and you can see the range that there are areas which are in discomfort, extreme discomfort at a certain point of time, whereas there are areas which do not really have that kind of discomfort level, which is this one, which previously also performed well. So this was done. Then we tried to understand if we have to go in for long-term measures, then one major thing that one will have to take into a construction account is what kind of structural changes can we make in the city. So we tried to understand the relationship between the various morphological parameters and the temperature. So it kind of developed, so these were the parameters that have a huge impact on the temperature, which is building surface fraction, that means how densely the buildings are placed. Secondly, the impervious surface fraction. Thirdly, the vegetation density ratio. Then you have a pervious surface fraction. And lastly, the FDR, which takes the height of the building also into account. So which is a frontal density ratio. And how much, what is the envelope ratio of the total envelope to the area where this particular locality is placed. So that's something that we tried to do, try to establish a relationship. And then where we are it is contributing is the FSI that we have in cities is a combination of all these parameters to establish this, that if you're going to increase the BSF or you're going to increase the FDR in a particular area, then can we suggest that we already know that the temperature of that area will be higher than so much percentage. So we should be able to suggest the VDR, required VDR to compensate for the increase in temperature that is going to happen in that particular area of the city. So this kind of is a beginning where we can later on develop maybe a kind of a framework which can help change, give an input in the development control rules, which will be a major structural change and which we can then use in the long-term mitigation measures. Then the heat vulnerability mapping. I'm focusing on this because we are talking about vulnerability in a different context. So we initially just mapped the vulnerability at the ward level using the basic exposure adaptive capacity and sensitivity. But later on, what we tried to do was, we were trying to understand the threshold and the various indices that have an impact on the all-cause mortality. I'm just putting few of them here. So initially we took Tmax and we had taken a 15-year data of all-cause mortality and the daily data that we were getting of Tmax, T mean, T minimum, and also the WBGT, because WBGT is also one index which is being talked about a lot as far as heat stress is concerned. And you can see that, and we use the 75th, 85th and 95th percentile because that is established by the WMO. And we were trying to establish as to how does the WBGT, how do these four indices have an impact on the vulnerability. Now, where does it fit into the heat action plan? It essentially tries to tell that Tmax cannot be the only deciding factor. As I initially also told you that the areas which are very dense, they will not have a problem of Tmax, but they will certainly experience heat stress because their T minimum is very high. So they are going to, anyways, since all-cause mortality is also linked with T minimum, we will have to kind of change this and decide a threshold and say that these are also the indices that are going to have an impact on mortality. So it should also be considered. So an area which does not, never ever goes
Rashmi ma'am, I'll request you to kindly conclude.
Yeah. So we said that, and then we linked it to again vulnerability, and we tried to understand the risk of each LCZ, because each LCZ has a different hazard level, and calculating the hazard level based on the WBGT and Tmax, we tried to kind of check the risk for each hazard level for each LCZ, and accordingly change the risk of the ward for each ward. The mitigation measures, we tried to test the mitigation measures, whether all kinds of mitigation measures are useful to all types of developments, where we realize that if the development is dense and you do not have a lot of variation in the height, it is the cool roof that will work. Whereas in the normal areas, it is, instead of having trees at one place, lot of trees at one place, if you have trees all along the road, that have a huge impact on temperature. So vegetation is okay, but where should you plant trees and how should you go about it? That's something that we were trying to focus on. So this is that part of the study. This is just to show that what impact cool roof essentially has. And we are trying to incorporate a lot of these things in the model heat action plan. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think a very insightful presentation and very detailed study you're doing for the city of Nagpur. And I hope we get the final framework very quickly so that we are able to replicate it elsewhere. Thank you for the presentation. Now last but not the least, I'll invite the organizer, the chief, Abhiyan Tiwari, to talk about the strategies of mitigation and planning.
Thank you so much, sir. Somehow I don't know why this happens, but I am always between the lunch and the audience. It happens with me almost in all the conferences and workshops wherever I speak. So I'll not take much of time if the slides could be put on. I'll quickly talk about, yes, Professor Raghu talked about the global scenarios, rising temperatures, and why it becomes more necessary to plan for, adapt, and mitigate. Aditya talked about the need for the longer term solutions, like for the future solutions, but then also the question is what future, like what long term, how long term should we plan for? For example, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अभी 2015 like this COP, and we were talking about restricting 1.5 degrees Celsius by end of this century, and now the science is saying, oh, अभी 5 साल में, in next 5 years we'll be having that 1.5 degree threshold crossed. So science will keep us keep surprising us, but common sense won't. So the common sense says, jo hai, whatever you can do best, you should do that. So there are humongous challenges in addressing the issue of extreme heat. It's cascading, it's dispersed, it's widespread. Sometimes it starts slowly, sometimes the heat like quickly picks up, like how it happened last year. But luckily and thankfully, with all the efforts that NDMA, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, IMD has been putting together with their counterparts in the states and districts, we have been able to at least address the gross health impacts of extreme heat over past almost a decade now. And I'm glad that being part of the organization that started addressing this issue of extreme heat back in 2010. And really glad that Dr. Tejas, who is the Chief Heat Officer, if I can call him the first Chief Heat Officer and the Nodal Officer of Ahmedabad Heat Action Plan, with whom we started working back in 2010-11, and we are still working. So that's how NRDC works. We start working with governments, with our partner organizations, and we continue working with them. Yeah. So the latest challenge that we took is the Jodhpur Heat Action Plan. So why Jodhpur? A tier 2 city. Next slide, please. A tier 2 city. I mean, I need not to say Jodhpur is not immune from rising temperature and global warming. They have also like trend of rising temperature over the period of time. But why Jodhpur? We thought it's a good start to do with a tier 2 cities. Why tier 2 cities? They are the growth engines, right? We have less, sir, to retrofit with our major cities like Delhi, Bombay, Ahmedabad, or Bangalore, for example. But these are the cities which are growing faster, and they still have the scope to, grow more resiliently or heat resiliently. So that was the challenge that we thought we should take up and then see what can be done. Next slide, please. So Mahila Housing Trust are our partner. Again, just like for Ahmedabad, we had Indian Institute of Public Health, Gandhinagar, PHFI. We have Mahila Housing Trust that we partnered with Jodhpur. There was a workshop held last year in June where Mahila Housing Trust has been working in Jodhpur with the slum, women communities, vulnerable communities for almost more than a decade. And they were, working on this school roof programs in the city, and they invited an RDC if we can, do something together for the city of Jodhpur. And we really like this idea that, this is the right way to go ahead in addressing the issue of extreme heat in our country. Next slide, please. And then we, continued working with MHT and the Jodhpur Municipal Corporation North, held, series of consultations and workshops, did MOU with them, and came up with a plan which we released lately in the month of April. Next slide, please. So I'll not talk about the other features of the Jodhpur Heat Action Plan, considering the paucity of time. But what was highlighted, next slide please, by Aditya also and by Dr. Rajshri also, that most of our heat action plans are missing the vulnerability assessment part, right? So if the decision maker has to take the decision, where should they, allocate their limited resources? If they have a guided, guided, direction that can help them utilize their resources more, rationally, then that's a big help for them. So we thought, why not go ahead and do a, ward level risk assessment for the city of Jodhpur. And that's how we started. We collected data of 14 different variables falling into these different categories of exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity, following the, IPCC's formula for vulnerability assessment. And trust me, it's not easy to collect all this information. It took us a lot of time to get all this information for the city of Jodhpur. Next slide, please. And then we came up with, each of these parameters map. So for example, city of Jodhpur Municipal Corporation North is divided into 80 municipal wards. So we wanted to do a ward-wise analysis. So we first saw like what is the exposure distribution. The next one. And then what's the sensitivity distribution? You can see the parameters that we covered in different, the variables that we covered in different, parameters. For example, in sensitivity, the number of slum households ward-wise, right? Female population, then literacy or illiteracy ratio maybe, and labor chalks. How many labor chalks are there? And then what's the land use type? What's the built-up area? Next one, please. And for example, in adaptive capacity, so whether the wards, what's the proximity of different parks at each ward level? Is there an access to urban health center? So variables like these, which can help, communities residing in that ward, cope with extreme heat or adapt with the extreme heat. And then came up with a composite, vulnerability or risk index. Next slide, please. And where we realized, so if you can see, I don't know, on the bottom left, there is ward number 19, which is among the highest vulnerable ward, where the Ozoka Talav is a big slum area that we figured out. And then we started implementing the the adaptation measures and mitigation measures in those wards. Next slide, please. And with the help of again the slum vulnerable communities, the women. So all this cool roof work that has been done in Jodhpur North Municipal Corporation. This is from Ojogatala area in ward number 19. Next slide, please. And then taking this forward, we are also covering, major traffic junctions and other areas. They are also coming up with the cooling centers. The city has requested us to give them a design of cooling centers, which we are working upon right now. Next slide, please. And then not just that, also building the capacity of the health system with the help of our health and family welfare department here. So yeah, that's all I wanted to highlight on this Jodhpur heat action plan, which other heat action plans in India have not done so far, and this has been guiding the city in implementing their in utilizing their resources more rationally in the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aditya, for that very pragmatic presentation on a city. How did you make the Jodhpur heat action plan, and a rider to how cities should start making heat action plans and be considerate about all the other parameters that go into making a good heat action plan which is implementable. So I feel like ours to allow for questions, but I just saw the clock. We have finished the lunch break. So we don't have any lunch. Exactly dot on time. We were supposed to have a lunch break from 1:15 to 2:15, exactly 2:15. So lunch break is finished. Welcome to the next session. And so therefore, in the paucity of time, I see some raised hands. So we can have all the questions on the lunch break, but just two quick questions with the yes, ma'am, please.
My question is for Professor Raghu and Mr. Pillai. Two of your maps, one from each of your sides, showed one was the scenario where except India, everybody else was very hot. And in your slide of the three temperature scenarios, Northwest India's J&K and all those areas were cooler than other parts. So my question to both of you is why? What explains that scenario?
Yeah, I have looked at that 1,000 times. So the advice I give to social scientists especially is to look at the models for the historic period. Models have miserably failed to produce historic trends in temperature and rainfall. It has a lot to do with the way they try to capture impact of dust and pollution, which is very difficult. So when they make projections, this becomes an issue. So they don't capture the trend in rainfall either. This is why I say don't go too far into the future. The models are just bogus. The biggest difficulty, it's very difficult to model those things, but the biggest difficulty I find is modelers' inability to admit to the deficiencies in the models.
He's the authority on the subject, but the point that I was trying to make is that there's spatial differences in how India will heat. So I can't speak to whether this part of the country will be hotter based on a 2100 model versus a 2050 model, which one's more rigorous. But I think there is, and correct me if I'm wrong, some consensus that there will be spatial inequality in heating, and some areas will be hotter than others.
I mean, for India scale, that doesn't work. So the difficulty is India is very unique. It's surrounded by mountains and it is cooling despite all the warming happening everywhere else. So this is to be understood very well. Only hypothesis we have is that pollution and dust are doing a lot of it's called solar dimming, which you may have heard of. So models are not doing this. So I just don't trust the future of models.
Solar dimming. One more, one question. Maybe if somebody. Yes.
Hello, my question is from the last presenter. I just wanted to know if in the Jodhpur heat action plan, if there is any possibility for including confounders, as was pointed out by Dr. Raghu, because it seems like the vulnerability assessment that you've done overlaps with the informality within the city.
Sorry, which confounders?
Confounders like pollution. Does your heat action plan kind of model for that is what I wanted to know.
So, I mean, you adjust for the confounders in epidemiological study and time series, I mean, those kind of studies. Here we didn't do an epidemiological study. We just developed an index where we don't have the air pollution information for the city. So we didn't, if we had information on that, we would have included that also at a ward level. So whatever factors, can fit into the exposure and vulnerability and sensitivity, we gathered those information whichever were available. The important part is this is a methodology. If we'll get more information, more data, more variables, which we tried but couldn't get, we'll include that also and further improve this vulnerability index in future. So that's not, I won't call them confounder, I'll call them variable rather. which can be included. So for example, air pollution is a sensitivity variable, so I'll include that. So confounder is something different. It's a DAG, if direct acyclic graph. Yeah.
You want to ask? Pradeep, yeah, Cousin.
Assessment, did you had anything regarding the health aspects like the heat strokes and other things coming from a particular locality of the cities as one of those co-founders for more actions? Because that is the impact that you just see in the field.
Yes, sir. So not the historic, ward level heat stroke cases, because that information is not available. You know that. But ward level population, like female population, elderly, slum households, access to urban health centers. So whatever information we could get, we added that. And see, these indexes doesn't mean, or these indices doesn't mean if one ward is scoring, let's say in the range of 1 to 10, one ward is scoring 2, another is scoring 3. That doesn't mean that, B ward is 1 time more vulnerable than the A ward. It just gives you an indication. The more variable you will put in, the more, information you will get. So this is just an indication for an informed decision making rather than going haphazardly, which many cities are struggling. We have, heard this from many cities, decision makers. Okay, where should I implement the cool roof? Where should I put in more resources? So if we have that geospatial analysis done, like these are the areas. So even we have, done mapping of each variable also, each of those variables that has gone into the composite. So even that information can also be used, like which are the areas that has lesser NDVI, which areas has higher NDVI, which areas has higher water bodies, and which have lesser. So those information can be used as well by the decision makers if we provide that to them.
I think these are not stationary in time. The more the information you have, as Abhyant said, more we can add to the vulnerability index. But health has to be added in the end, because if you look at Europeans, they die by thousands when a heat wave happens, but Indians don't. Does that mean we have genetic adaptability? Of course, we said that in COVID and it didn't work out quite that way, so you have to be careful. But I think these vulnerability indices have to get better over time. And for that, information granularity in space and time also has to get much better. Hopefully, we will keep getting there. So doing this with the data we have tells us what more data we need to do it better.
Very little question from Kirtiman. The last, but not the least. Thank you so much, and thank you for wonderful assessments and the presentation. And also in the first half by Mr. Krishnawats, I think we heard him a very comprehensive presentation covering all the elements that would go into the framework for such an action plan. Very briefly, because we are talking about mostly focusing on the urban, but I think this extreme heat effect and heat island effect is also about, and then his presentation talked about the urban, peri-urban, and rural. So, and it's also not about just human health; it's also about the livestock, especially the milch cattle that we have, and there are empirical evidence which talks about the productivity decrease, the milk production decrease, especially in Punjab. And we supported Punjab State Council on a project which looked at designing innovative cattle shed to reduce heating effect, so that to increase the productivity. Or I don't know if it is already there, can this also be integrated in this whole concept of One Health? India has a One Health mission, which looks at all these things very comprehensively. And then, because that will also allow enhanced collaboration and cooperation among different agencies who are working on such a topic. Of course, with NDMA on the lead, and also other agencies who are responsible for different other sectors as well. This, and also looking at nature-based solution, his presentation talked about that as an important area of intervention. And in rural areas, and how can we piggyback on certain initiatives like Amrit Sarovar or the tree outside forest initiatives of different governments to create such to make it part of the heat action plan in rural areas as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have much to add to it. The only thing I'd say is when it comes to the implementation of these things, I wonder how much more effort we need in terms of building collaboration with scientific institutes at the local level. Because right now, the knowledge structure at the moment is pretty sort of top heavy. And there are national level institutions, NDMA, research institutes that are doing a decent job. But then when you go down to the local level, the connections with science is quite weak, right? Because there aren't enough institutions, and that's the main thing at the local government level. Which means there's probably an associated institution building component that's needed in the research and NGO side when it comes to things like livestock and understanding what the specific vulnerability is, or what, someone's talking about what the specific trees are needed for decreasing the urban heat island effect and so on. So just one additional thought to add to what you said. That's all.
We are working with One Health Mission on initiating an annual establishment. How we are very soon. But the problem is that in the government and elsewhere, we are used to the ministerial programs, not the sector-based programs. These are the things that really require working across the institutions, across the ministries. And in the real life, real world, it becomes very, very difficult when we work across the institutions. I think that is developing, but it will take some time. The One Health Mission is really trying to bring together all the agencies, ministries to work together. It's a good thing, and we support that. But I think it has some cultural issues also to tackle.
I would just add that One Health, you can call it planetary health or One Health. Ultimately, you may reduce human mortality and even protect livestock, but soil health and crop health are also very critical part of the heat wave impacts. So there are ways to use satellites. There are kids here who do geospatial stuff. We need to carry a planetary health index, which includes all the things together, because livestock health will also depend on the soil health and crop health. So I think the index has to be expanded eventually. So literally we have to think where we will be in 10 years, 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can see some few more hands, but the questions can be deferred to the lunch. And I thank the panelists, Professor Raghu, Aditya, and my co-organizer, and Rashi ma'am online, who has not been subjected to any questions. She is also liable to be prosecuted when she launches the Nagpur heat action plan in the city of Nagpur and invites all of us here. So a big round of applause for the 4 panelists who have made very important presentations, and we break for lunch. We reassemble at 3 o'clock.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We now kick off our second session, where we have multiple states sharing implementation lessons from the heat mitigation and access to cooling work done. To chair this session, I would like to welcome Mr. Samir Quatra, Policy Director, NRDC, to come on stage. I would also like to invite all the panelists to join us on stage. We also have a few panelists online who will be joining us.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Are there still stragglers outside? Can we please, can you call your colleagues, anyone you know, anyone you see back in? So there are, looks like there are lots of vacancies here, and there's still people by the sidelines. So if you are okay, unless you really insist on being right there, and I would request please come to these tables right here, so we can have a closer discussion. If you want, please join us here. And you too at the back. And especially if you are, from any of the states, I see some of you are here. This is your session. Please join us right here. We want to make it interactive, but we also have an excellent panel. So we have online, I'm just looking at the team, Mr. Rajiv Gyani, who's a superintendent engineer from Chhattisgarh, from the CREDA, and we also have online Dr. Vishal Garg. He's a professor at Plaksh University. And then we have in person, Mr. Pawan Kumar. He's assistant professor at ASCII. We have Dr. Tejas Shah. He's been instrumental in the heat action plan at Ahmedabad, and he's from Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. We also have Mr. Piyush Bhutani. He's the health expert at ADB. So a very well-rounded group. And we're going to begin with just a glimpse of what's happening in the states. And then we'd like to have a few questions from the states on how to. We discussed the why earlier in the section, why is it important? And what's the framework? What are the resources available? Now this is more about how. How states are implementing. And if you represent states or you work with states, this is a chance to learn, learn and share your own experiences. So without further ado, we'll start with Chhattisgarh, Mr. Rajiv Gyani, if you're online. Can we pull up your slides?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Mr. Gyani.
Thank you very much. First of all, apologies for not being in person there because of some administrative reasons. However, online is as good as present in the present scenario. I thank NRDC for giving this opportunity to Chhattisgarh to share our experience. As a layman, I can say we have been working in the field of energy conservation and efficiency since last many years. And till then, till now, till the roof cool concept we were looking at the roof from the room side, from inside the room. We never thought of doing something on the top other side of the roof also. So the concept of roof, cool roof, now compelled us to move out of the room and work on some aspect which are not catered or the features which will help the energy conservation of the sea. So let me go through the journey of cool roof in the Chhattisgarh state. and what is our scaling up plan. Next presentation, next slide, please. Again, next slide. So Chhattisgarh is a centrally located state in India, and we have 2 climatic zones in Chhattisgarh. Can you next please? One more click. Yeah. One is the composite climate. Maximum part of the Chhattisgarh is covered under this climatic composite zone area, and the down below south area is warm and humid climate. So this makes us very easy that we have to more concentrate on composite climate. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we have taken the clue from the online available data for few of the major cities of this Chhattisgarh state. Bilaspur is one of the important and big city of Chhattisgarh. So there we have observed that the average highest temperature of Bilaspur is 43 degrees centigrade, and the minimum and maximum is 27 to 28 average. Although the temperature goes sometimes beyond 47 for few of the hours in the day. Next slide. Similarly, if you see the other city, which is Korba. Now, why we have considered these cities? Because these are the major electrical guzzler cities of Chhattisgarh state. So Korba also we have the maximum temperature of 42 degree with minimum and maximum of 27 degree. So these Korba also has a potential for saving of carbon emission through the rooftop or the cool roof. Next slide, please. Next is Jagdalpur. See, sorry, you have moved on one more. Go back, please. Go back, please. I think one slide of Raipur has missed, but average temperature is 43, 44 in almost all the state. Chhattisgarh has the back, forward. The southernmost part, which is Korba, next Jagdalpur. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is the coolest town, though it is a major town in the south of the state. So that is the maximum 38 degrees centigrade because it is on the hilltop. However, we have considered all these areas for our cool roof program. Next slide, please. See, if you see this particular graph, you can see in which we have again, this has the source from the public portal, which indicates the temperature band in Raipur, the capital of the town, from January till December. And we observed that almost from March till August, it is sweltering and hot and warm. So this maximum time, about 80% of the period in Raipur, it is hot. So we have to take care of the cool roof in this area. And next slide, please. Now we have analyzed that during the summer period, the roof temperature varies from 55 to 65 degrees centigrade, predominantly from March to June. Next slide. This is the aerial view of Raipur and Bilaspur cities. It indicates that the urban fabric and the roof topology, most of the roofs are flat, predominantly flat. So that makes the task easier for us to plan for scaling up. Next slide. Similarly, for the 2 major cities, Korba and Jagdalpur, here also it is the same situation. Most of the roofs are flat. Next slide. Now, we also have observed the growth in the electricity consumption of the state. We have observed the growth from 2013-14 till 2021. Again, this is the report of CEA annual general report. So this is available on public portal. So there is no view of a question why this is happening. So the growth in the electricity, if you see, average is 3.5 to 4% every year. And although we have not evaluated and directly linked to the hot roof, but we feel that if we cover the hot roof into cool roof aspect, this growth of electricity consumption will predominantly decrease so far as domestic connections and the conditioned area are concerned. So authentically we cannot say how much will be the reduction, but with the experience of 1 or 2 years, we can project in the later years. Next slide, please. Now, how we will do all these things? So we have considered 4 options. First option is the cool roof paint, which is the most easiest and adaptable option. Second is installation of high SRI tiles. This is a costlier option. However, during the new building construction, this option can be included in that thing, in initial stage, so that no other action is required for the lifetime. Secondly, put on the membrane, and fourth is to initiate the vegetation green roof. We are considering all the options wherever it is possible, but the major projection will be painting through SRI paints. Next. Now, why this is not a question to be asked or to be told in this forum, but then still I'll repeat that because it is very cost effective, cool roof paints, easy application, and requires less time for application. However, it is not easy to paint the roof. If I go to the field and I observe how it is done, then it's the most technical task. It's not simply painting the roof and you get the result. There are some protocols, there are some specifications to be followed, there are some norms to be followed, because it has to sustain for a longer period. Simply painting doesn't give you result output immediately, and we think that will rest for the complete year or coming years. No, there has to be some protocol, though it requires less time, but under a protocol. So needs limited maintenance. It is locally available. As of now, it is not local. SRI paints with the standard are not locally available, but still sooner or later it will be available as of now. So the estimated reduction in the indoor temperature is 2.1 to 4.3 degree, and the surface temperature we are envisaging 20 to 25 degrees centigrade. Next slide, please. So till now, as a pilot project, we started this project in 2021-22 and 23-24. So as of now, 51 buildings we have covered with the area of about 54,106 square feet, and most of them are government building, predominantly the health centers, primary health centers 28 number, community 10, government buildings, and even CREDA buildings. We have our own buildings. So we have covered 3 buildings, and this year we'll cover rest of the building, so that we have to reduce our own energy consumption, because people will say if you have your own building, you should become consumer also. So that way we have covered first our building, and then that example will penetrate slowly. Next slide. So what we have done to make it scalable? See, we have done we have exploited expression of interest, and through that we have empaneled few of the vendors who can do this task. And also we have done a rate contract for this thing. So we have a rate contract for complete state. We have got empaneled vendors who can do this task, and what they have to follow the NABL accredited lab certificate. Only those paints can be installed. So this is the condition for fifth. We have the team ready, infrastructure is ready. Now we can switch over and expand this program in a fast manner. Next slide, please. So these are a few videos. I'll not. I know this is the thing everybody knows, because paucity of time, I'll skip this slide. Next, please. These are the photograph of few of the buildings, which is the Municipal Corporation of Raipur, wherein we have done the cool roof, painted the roof of this building, and public health centers, Noda and Dhamtari and Bilai. So these are the real photographs of the actual sites. Next slide. Again, few slides which we have done. These are TREDA buildings. These are our own offices in different districts. We have got offices in 28 districts of Chhattisgarh. So we'll cover all these buildings slowly, depending upon the budget. Next slide, please. You know, the best part in Chhattisgarh, we have installed more than 10,000 solar systems in the government buildings. So most of the buildings have shed because of solar system on the rooftop. So our task becomes easy to paint up the rest of the buildings. No, we cover complete area, but still the cool roof area is, the impact of the shadow of the solar system makes the task easier. So as of now, there are 14 municipal corporations with a total area of about 1,159 square kilometers. So this is the area we will focus. And the estimated eligible area cool roof is about 34.7 kilometers. And studies show that the retrofitting of 100 square roof can provide one-time offset of 10 tons of carbon dioxide emission for 5 years. Now we have taken this benchmarking from the Telangana policy, so that all the estimation are based on already published document. So this implies that the cool roof only in area of municipal corporations can lead to one-time carbon offset of 3.47 million tons of carbon dioxide after 5 years. So we estimate that once the paint is done, it will last for 5 years, proper maintenance. Next slide, please. So to make buildings thermally comfortable for all income groups and enhance building sectors' contribution in making Chhattisgarh heat resilient is our vision for scaling up the cool roof program. We are happy to share that we have an MOU with NRDC and ASCII, and one of the aspects of MOU is cool roof, which with the help of technical assistance and guidance from both this organization, we are sure we'll achieve the target. Next slide. So support required for scaling up is demand aggregation, which will take help from these local stakeholders, which is departments. We'll identify the zones and then establish standard application process, half of which is already done. And then we'll try to develop an ecosystem for material supply, because as of now we have to get material from out of the state. So we'll try to create a material supply within the states. Then we want to train the painters, we want to train the suppliers, we want to train the building owners also why this is important and how it has to be done. The financing framework and testing facilities, although there is no financing required for this thing, but still we are trying to make more emphasis on the capacity building and knowledge sharing, so that they can understand that their electricity consumption will reduce by applying this thing. Next slide, please. So thank you very much. This was the shortest possible presentation from us, though we have large aspect to share with you, but we have restricted to only this aspect which I have. Thank you very much. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Gyani. Thanks for sharing the Chhattisgarh experience so far. And you rightly started implementing in public buildings, as well as have plans for scaling up all over the state. Also good estimation of energy savings, emissions reductions, in addition to saving lives and overall impact on health, as we've been discussing since morning. So I hope you'll stick around. We might have questions from the audience later on. But I want to move on to Dr. Vishal Garg. Dr. Garg, I'm going to ask you twin questions. One, you've been a cool roof expert for a long time. If you don't know, Dr. Vishal Garg is also the recipient of Professor Art Rosenfield Urban Cooling Recognition Award. And he's been integral in the Telangana Cool Roofs policy as well. So Dr. Vishal Garg, if you can tell us a little bit about why are we discussing cool roofs at a large scale while talking about heat waves? What's the connection? And on a larger application of cool roofs, what are the benefits that the city, that the citizens can expect? But also, if you could talk about, some of your earlier efforts in making this bridge between the science and then in the setting up of the policies. So in many, we heard many experts talking about the science is settled. This is how, it can make an impact, but then the implementation is the key. So states which are still, looking at evidence, what do they need in order to make that leap to implementation? So with that, I'll turn over to you, Dr. Garg. Can we have his slides up, please?
Thank you, Samir. I'll try to cover these aspects in my presentation. So as you said, evidence-based policy making. We have been working on cool roofs for last 15 years. And the whole idea was to collect evidence of different sorts. And I will try to present what kind of work has been done and how we look beyond just the benefit to the building owner with the application of cool roof, but to society at large. So, yeah, maybe we can go to the next slide. So basically, we know, I think many of these things have been covered in the previous presentations, and the last presentation from Chhattisgarh, I'm very happy to see the kind of work that's going on. So I'll try to keep my presentation a little brief, and then we can discuss if something is missing or somebody has questions. So basically, we know that with the climate change, global warming, places are getting warmer, and especially in case of cities, it is very much evident because of the urban heat island. So urban heat island plus global warming becomes a bigger problem in the cities. And it has been also talked about that temperatures above 35 degrees centigrade, wet bulb temperature above 35 degrees centigrade can be fatal to even healthy people. Now, such situations happen very rarely and at very few places on Earth. But now, because of all these three things, urban heat island, global warming, and climate change, estimates show that we will be seeing many episodes of such kind where the wet bulb temperature is exceeding 35 degrees centigrade. And we will see, especially in bigger cities, and then a huge population is getting exposed to such temperatures, which can be deadly. Next, please. So basically, we have to address the problem of urban heat island. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yes. So as per one estimate, the previous slide had some estimates from World Bank. Millions of people would be exposed, and we will be requiring a lot of cooling, and especially people, urban poor, or people with health conditions, elderly people, they would be the one who would be vulnerable to these heat waves. So it is not just a matter of saving energy or providing comfort, it is a matter of survivability now. Next, please. So what is happening? The cities are warmer because they have these dark surfaces. They absorb the incoming short-wave radiation, and then they emit long-wave radiation, which cannot pass through the atmosphere, and therefore the city becomes hot. When the city becomes hot, we need more air conditioning, so we dump that heat into the city. So it's kind of a vicious circle, and then we keep on heating the environment here. So what does a cool roof do? So cool roof reflects the sunlight in the short wave itself. It doesn't absorb and re-emit, it reflects. And because of that reflection, that short wave can pass through the atmosphere, and therefore it doesn't heat the environment. So not only it reduces the heat getting into the space, into the room below the cool roof, but it also reduces the heat in the neighborhood. So that's the idea. Next, please. So there are many ways of mitigating urban heat island. It can be through greenery, it can be through cool or white or green roofs, or it can also be through cool pavements. So even roads, if we go for cemented road and more reflective roads or pavements, that will also help. The idea is same, though the greenery looks to be green in color, not white, But if you see the trees, they are very reflecting in the infrared part of the solar spectrum. So they are also able to reflect a lot of incoming radiation. Next, please. So what are the benefits? I'm sure this has been talked about. It reduces the air conditioning consumption, it increases thermal comfort, reduces urban heat island, reduces mortality during heat waves, offsets CO2, and delays global warming. So especially the last three can be achieved when we go for scale. So if you go at a city-wide application, then you see a difference, then the UHI reduces, and then you can get benefits at a larger level. Next, please. So there are three important terminology in cool roofs. One is solar reflectance, which is the ratio of the reflected incident sunlight, also known as albedo. Emittance, which is how effectively the surface can cool by emitting thermal radiation. It's between 0 and 1. 1 indicates perfect emission. And then a combined index, which is a solar reflective index, which measures the roof's ability to reject solar heat, okay, as compared to a standard black having a value 0 and standard white having a value 100. So it combines both the reflection and emittance. Next, please. So there are various kind of products available for cool roof. It can be coating, tiles, shingles, membranes, or even China mosaic. China mosaic had been a traditional technology. If you see the traditional roofs in Rajasthan, Gujarat, even Maharashtra, you will see a lot of places. China mosaic has been implemented hundreds of years ago. Next, please. So not only that the roof, I mean, it's not necessary that these materials have to be white. We can even get colored cool roof. So here you see at the bottom some images of colored material. The one on the top, they have a high solar reflectance, and one on the bottom have low solar reflectance. So visibly, they are same, because in the visible range, they have the same reflectance, but in the infrared range, the top row material have high reflectance. So visibly it is black, but it is also a cool black. So it reflects a lot of radiation. So that's the idea. So for sloping surfaces where people don't want white color, they can go for colored cool roof and still have reasonably reflecting surfaces. Next. So I'll walk you through some of the research and evidence that we have collected over last 15 years. Next. We have done coating in different kind of buildings, in air-conditioned buildings, in unconditioned buildings. We have done weathering and aging setup, and we have also done measurements at the top of the atmosphere to see how much reflected radiation actually passes through the atmosphere. We have collaborated with several scientific and research institutions, as well as we have been supported in our research by several funding agencies. Next, please. So this was a case study at Hyderabad where we actually measured over a whole year that how much is the energy saving and how much between moving from a concrete to white color, and we could get around 13 to 14 kilowatt hour per meter square per year energy saving. Percentage values are also giving, but percentage doesn't really help. We should focus more on the absolute amount of air conditioning saving that we achieved. Next, please. Then in other experiment in school, we saw a reduction of 12 degrees in the surface temperature and 2 degrees in the indoor air temperature with the application of cool roof. This was in Mucherla near Hyderabad. Next slide shows the savings in Nagpur. Next slide, please. Yes, it's about 1.5 degrees centigrade indoor air temperature reduction in Nagpur that was observed. Next. So these are unconditioned rural or peri-urban schools. We also measured what is the benefit in comfort. We could see that more number of hours came into comfort, about 20% increase in the number of comfort hours. So this can help in better productivity in schools, and it might also help in increasing the duration of a school and reducing the summer break a little bit. Next, please. Then one of the questions that is very frequently asked is that, does the reflected radiation go out of the atmosphere or does it heat the city? So this experiment was done in collaboration with Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, and it was at the satellite level, we measured what is the reflected radiation. Next, and it was found that about 60% of the reflected radiation does cross the atmosphere. So basically what it demonstrates is that if we put cool roof, it actually will help in reducing the global warming. It actually will help in reducing the city temperature. Next. Another project that was funded by Pernod Ricard India Foundation, we tried to find out what are different materials, what are the benefits. A lot of deployments were done and measurements were done to see different products, their life, their benefits. So we can have coatings, tiles, high albedo coated bamboo roof, flex sheet, all these things were tested here. Next. Next, please. I think it is slow. And one of the recent studies, we have done measurements on a large housing society and did the measurements at a real housing level. The house flats are a little different than commercial buildings because there are a lot of shading from different elements like the staircase headroom, the lift headroom, and all those, they cast shadow. So the benefits are not as big as on buildings which are having large flat roofs. Again, here we could see average reduction of 1.8 degrees centigrade indoor temperature. Next. So basically, we have been collecting a lot of evidence here that what are the benefits. And we want to do more research on impact assessment, on setting up a cool roof rating council, on how do these materials performance reduce with aging. We want to build dashboard for city level where we can see how much area is covered by cool roof using satellite imagery. And then if possible, if there's a large deployment of few square kilometers at one place, then we can even see if it reduces the UHI. So we would like to now see the impact and the actual progress of such programs as in Telangana and Chhattisgarh that we just heard. Next. We also studied several programs around the world in New York, in LA, in Australia. So basically, what we learned in this whole process was that technology is just one piece, and sometimes technology is not even required. Cool roof was a traditional technology. We know it for last hundreds of years, right? So it is not just the technology, it is the evidence, it is the availability of people, availability of material, availability of skills, understanding what material is applicable on what kind of roof, what are the return on investments, how do we incentivize people, how do we bring this material to urban poor who cannot afford this. So all these things are required for making the policy. And it was a huge learning working with the government of Telangana to understand the process of policy making as well as what all evidences we have to collect before something can be converted into a policy, especially of this large scale. So yeah, thank you. I think this is probably the last slide. Next slide, if we see, should be the last slide, I guess. Yes, thank you. I hope I haven't taken too much time. If there are any questions.
That's a nice slogan too, and we'll Dr. Garg, if you can stay on, we'll keep the questions for last. That was very informative. Thank you for making the connection that cool roofs are helpful for resident occupants, at the building level, but also when scaled up to the city level, help save the city, on energy, on carbon emissions, and ultimately, for the planet. So next, I'll move to Mr. Pawan Kumar. Professor Pawan from Administrative Staff College of India has been integral, has again played dual roles. Has worked as a technical expert with the government in drafting this policy, and then has also been a part of the government in implementing this policy. So, would love to hear from you on how cities and states can implement and devise these cool roof initiatives.
Thank you, Samir. Good afternoon, all. Can you please keep this slide, because I don't want to discuss about Telangana since morning, and even Dr. Vishal also covered these things. Yeah. Here, coming to please come back to the previous slide. Basically, in implementation point of view, for the school roof kind of initiatives, there are certain different kind of approaches, and some provisions should be provided by the urban local bodies. As per Telangana Cool Roof Policy, GHMC is the implementing agency in Hyderabad, where there is a platform created for utilizing some CSR approach, where CSR fund can be utilized. Many corporates can approach GHMC and they can avail this cool roof kind of implementation strategy within the city through CSR, where ASCII, NRDC, IIIT collectively supported Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation in developing this, and even in parallel to this, we have even provided frequently asked questions and what are the benefits and how we can take it forward. So this kind of things can be done. The upper one is the government order, where a cool roof policy was mandated through GO number 50 by Municipal Administration Department, and after the mandating through GO, we even supported ASCII, NRDC, and even IIIT supported in development of certain awareness materials like some kind of pamphlets, and we submitted to Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, especially because it's a target-based policy. So they are targeting like April, it is mandated, and April, May, June, they targeting the city. So a certain kind of awareness is very much important in implementing these kind of policy approaches. So we supported them in developing such kind of pamphlets, and Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, they converted them in local language further and circulated it to like various communities, because cool roof policy implementation in Telangana majorly focus like collective approach with different kind of stakeholders, example real estate developers, as well as residential welfare associations, as well as government officials, and everybody is on board, and collectively they are moving forward in implementing such kind of policy initiatives. Next. So here coming to Andhra Pradesh, government of Andhra Pradesh is going to construct around 30 lakh houses for the low income group. So this project was funded by Indo-Swiss Building Energy Efficiency Program, where Administrative Staff College of India supporting them, and they recruited around 15,000 engineering assistants for these construction practices in Andhra Pradesh, and requested Administrative Staff College of India to provide certain kind of training in residential Econiva Samhita, basically, like for how to approach energy efficiency practices, how to improve energy efficiency practices in this built environment. So we could able to train more than 1,000 engineering assistants. It's basically TOTs we conducted there, and after as a continuous process, as per the request from Government of Andhra Pradesh, one pilot study they suggested to have in Andhra Pradesh, where the Special Chief Secretary of Housing Department suggested one kind of technology improvement that can be adapted in this kind of low income housing group. So for this one, we chosen this school roof technology, which is one of the affordable solution, which doesn't have any further electricity consumption. So we selected the school roof technology in Andhra Pradesh, and basically there is a warm and humid climate zone in complete Andhra Pradesh. Like very 1 to 2% of composite climate, rest 98% we can say it's a calm and humid climate zone. There what we as per the close interaction with the Andhra Pradesh Housing Department, we could able to find out the 3 locations. One is like extreme north of Andhra Pradesh, which is at Visakhapatnam area. Second is at Bapatla area, which is mid, and another area near Kakinada, Samarlakota. These are the 3 areas identified by Andhra Pradesh Housing Department, and where the colonies were constructed. Like they built like group housing scheme. It is not like apartment kind of. It's a like in one area they will construct around 100 houses for low income house. Like so, these 3 areas were selected. Basically, before the study, we plan to have some different kind of technologies, and that can be used in these kind of houses, like cool roof tiles, cool roof paint, and membrane. But once we went to physically to those locations, we could able to observe few things in those houses. Like most of the beneficiaries installing false ceiling in the houses. So, and these 3 locations, how we selected, like Visakhapatnam area, 4 houses we selected, 2 with same orientation, 2 with same, like 4 houses will be there. Two will be having the same kind of orientation. All the 4 houses in Visakhapatnam area are having false ceiling. And second location is Samarlakota. Here 50% of like 2 houses will be having false ceiling, 2 without false ceiling. And next is Bapatla area. We selected 4 houses without false ceiling. So these are the like combination, and where it is decided to go with the cool roof paint applications. Thanks for Panash. They provided the cool roof paint application for these housing, and we could able to conduct this study during November. Because you can expect like November is not a proper time, but the temperature even in November while conducting the like study, the results were little encouraging to us. Basically, we plan to conduct the program between June first week or May end at June first week. Because of early monsoon, it got delayed, postponed up to November. So for this, we had a meeting with the different stakeholders. Then selection of houses have happened, and after due consultation with the house owners, we could able to finalize the houses, and we started the application of the paint, and we installed the different temperature loggers to measure the effectiveness of the cool roof paint application. And we have ended up with a dissemination program by involving all those beneficiary and even others who are basically like going to residents of that particular colony. Next slide. So this is one of the kind of building. These are the similar kind of construction they will be doing in that colony. So it was like quite easy for us in selection of those houses, and certain kind of awareness campaigns, so some kind of media campaigning also done by us. Like we are intimating through some newspapers and as well as the Andhra Pradesh Housing Corporation Limited also. Like we are going to conduct this kind of study in these houses, something like that. Some kind of motivation can be given through media like this. We did next. So this is also in local language. We conducted some kind of awareness. Next. So this is the cool roof paint application we did in those housing. Next. So after this study, we could able to conduct the dissemination programs by involving the local beneficiaries as well as the other residents, where we have taken all those beneficiaries to that cool roof painted house and without cool roof paint house, like so that physically they can experience the difference of the effectiveness cool roof. So such kind of implementation practice we did in 3 of these locations, where officials from Andhra Pradesh Housing Corporation as well as few municipal authorities also joined these programs. Next. So during these programs, we developed one ready reckoner, mentioning explaining the benefits of the cool roof and what are the different kind of materials, both in English as well as in local language. Basically, we have circulated the ready reckoner in local language to create awareness among the beneficiaries. Next. So after this, we have developed one report, and we could able to submit that report to the Special Chief Secretary of Andhra Pradesh as well as Chief Secretary of Andhra Pradesh. Because the temperature difference during the November itself, we could able to see around 6 to 8 degree temperature difference without cool roof and with cool roof house. So these results are a little encouraging, and we requested Government of Andhra Pradesh to make cool roof as one of the mandatory application in this low income housing program, as well as to have a approach through cool roof policy. We requested Chief Secretary of Andhra Pradesh and Government of Andhra Pradesh might be considering our request, and in future we are going to work with them closely in developing certain kind of policy, like we supported Government of Telangana in doing so, where Natural Resources Defence Council and Administrative Staff College of India with Dr. Vishal's inputs, we could able to support Government of Andhra Pradesh in near future. So this is my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One thing that struck me was that you actually took people inside those houses so that they can feel the heat. They can feel the difference, literally. And I feel that that's just so incongruous with what we are feeling. We're talking about cool roofs in super air-conditioned circumstances. So actually, I'm looking at my team. If it is possible to, at least switch it off periodically, so we don't freeze to death in peak summers in Delhi. But I know, like cool temperatures and a post-lunch is a perfect recipe for, falling asleep. So I'm very grateful that all of you diehards are still there. We have 2 more excellent sessions, and then we'll go to Q&As. But before that, if there is anyone else from any state, we're saving the best for the last. Dr. Tejas is going to talk about the excellent Ahmedabad Heat Action Plan. Is there anyone, I listed, there are so many state representatives, Punjab, Rajasthan, Delhi, TN, Odisha. If you're still here, if you have any comment or, a quick question of what's happening in your state or, any of these, this is a good time. Is there anyone from, I saw, so would you like to, or anyone else from one of the states? Yes, sir. I like that.
Good evening, sir. This is Muthu Kumaran, Joint Director, Disaster Management from Tamil Nadu. Really, it's a good eye-opener from the state of Telangana. They have a multiple strategy in approaching the heat wave mitigation, extreme heat mitigation measures. They not only go for cool-proof technology, but also they concentrate on reducing the emission of heat from other methods. That is, they reduce the energy usage, and they approach. They rope in the builders as well to reduce the construction itself. They make the heat mitigation measures as a compulsory. So these things are very interesting, and this is the first time we came to know these strategies are being discussed in such a forum, and really an eye-opener for the states like Tamil Nadu. We also would like to have these measures to be implemented in our states. Thank you for organizing this workshop.
That is fantastic. So that in itself, is worth doing this exercise. But I see you have to, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Mukta Girdhar, and I'm a senior consultant with Delhi DTMA. So as per so concerned with the Delhi, we have prepared a heat action plan. It is in the approval phase, and maybe in a week we'll submit to NDMA. But in some agencies like IRDA, they have conducted a study based on the satellite image, Landsat image, and they have done the vulnerability analysis, and they take out some pocket where the heat are more. There is another agency which is known as SEED. They have worked for the cool roof plan. They are disseminating this information, and Save the Children's, that is the third agency. They are working in the Delhi. They are disseminating these do's and don'ts to the school children. So for now, Delhi has, as per my information and based on my research, this much work has been done in Delhi.
That's excellent. And have you got ideas for doing some things new from today, or would you like to explore?
I have been through this cool roof technology, which is already available in the NDMA website, and we are trying to implement this technology also. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, I think we'll go back to our program. I hope that energized. Oh, did you want to make a comment, please? So last one, and then we'll go back to this in YouTube.
Good afternoon.
We'll come back to Q&A. So, but please go ahead.
Yeah, we have in Odisha we have taken a lot of initiative in policy level and implementation level. Even if in our we have prepared plan for state and cities. Even if this year we have prepared heat action plan for the 30 districts in our state. We have given instruction in the state action plan for heat wave that everybody has to go for the Alberto plan, tent is washing that cool roofing. But we have not taken any step for cool roofing, all these things in our state. But lot of initiative has taken. But this is one of the idea I have taken from this workshop, which I will discuss with our managing director. How can we take forward this one? Thank you.
Great. Odisha was also one of the first states to have a heat action plan. So I'm glad that you have something new to work on. So we'll come back to the interaction. I want to go to Dr. Tejas Shah, also another luminary in heat action plan as well as cool roofs. So Dr. Shah, you can walk us through what happened in Ahmedabad that has had such a big impact.
गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल. एक्चुअली मुझे वो कई लोग कहते हैं सेशन करते हैं तो आप लंच के बाद का सेशन होता है, वो हाथ खींचते हैं, हाथ खड़ा करते हैं तो नींद उड़ जाती है. तो ऐसा करना मुझे आता नहीं है, बट आई होप कि मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन ऐसा रहे कि सबकी नींद उड़ जाए. मैं उसको ट्राई करूंगा कि थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग बनाऊं. तो अभियन मेरे साथ है यहाँ पे. तो जैसे एक प्रेजेंटेशन में मैंने सुना कि कोई एविडेंस की जरूरत नहीं है, कि ये सालों से चलता आ रहा है कि गर्मी आती है और गर्मी से बचने के लिए क्या क्या करना होता है. चाइना मोज़ेक वाला मुझे याद है कि जब मैं छोटा था तो आई बिलोंग्स टू लोअर मिडिल क्लास और मिडिल क्लास फैमिली अर्लियर. सो हमारी छत पे भी वो लाइम लगाते थे. तो आज हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो जब मैं 8 या 10 साल का था तब भी मेरी छत पे मतलब आरसीसी रूफ था, छत पे लगाते थे, पापा खुद लगाते थे. तो दैट वाज आल्सो कूल रूफ टेक्नोलॉजी. और आज हम 40 साल बाद इस प्लेटफॉर्म में आके बोल रहे हैं कि एविडेंस, तो कोई एविडेंस की वैसे जरूरत है नहीं. तो मैं अहमदाबाद हीट एक्शन प्लान में 2010 से हम लोग अहमदाबाद हीट एक्शन प्लान चला रहे हैं. तब कुछ भी नहीं था, बट अहमदाबाद सिटी इतना फॉर्चुनेट था, उनके पास IIPH इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ पब्लिक हेल्थ गांधीनगर में एक इंस्टीट्यूट था कि जो रिसर्च के साथ एंगेज था, और NRDC से उनके पास बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स आते रहते थे. तो एक नेक्स्ट स्लाइड कीजिए. नेक्स्ट. हाँ, ये स्लाइड मैंने बहुत बार दिखाई है, पर मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि ये जो पूरा आज भी जो इवेंट हो रहा है, तो इस स्लाइड की मतलब ये सारे इवेंट की हीट एक्शन प्लान की जनेता ये स्लाइड है मेरे हिसाब से. इससे पहले कुछ काम हुआ तो मुझे पता नहीं है. 2010 में अहमदाबाद में हीट वेव आया था, तो हमारे पास कोई डेटा वेटा था नहीं. तो ये एक बात थी कि भी शहर में बहुत सारी डेथ्स हो गई है. सर ने अपने मॉर्निंग के प्रेजेंटेशन में बोला कि अभी हीट के कारण मोर्टालिटी बहुत कम हो गई है. तो ये 2010 की स्लाइड है कि बहुत गर्म रहता था. हम लोग कुछ नहीं करते थे एज ए म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन. वी आर द इम्प्लीमेंटर्स एक्चुअली. सो हमारे सिटीजन सेंट्रिक म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन है कि हमारे लिए सिटीजन ही सब कुछ है. तो IIPH जी ने, हमने कुछ नहीं किया था इस स्लाइड बनाने के लिए. IIPH जी ने और NRDC ने दोनों ने मिलकर एक स्टडी किया. कोई हीट स्ट्रोक के डेटा आज की डेट में भी अपने देश में हीट स्ट्रोक की मॉर्बिडिटी क्या है, हीट स्ट्रोक के कितने केसेस होते हैं, एक्चुअल कॉज ऑफ डेथ हीट को स्टैम्प कर दो, ऐसा कोई डेटा अपने पास है नहीं आज की डेट में भी. अभी एक NPCCHH ने एक अच्छा काम चालू किया है कि IHIP में उसको इनकॉर्पोरेट किया है और डेटा लेना चालू किया, पर अभी वो एकदम इन्फेंसी स्टेज में है. तो ये जो स्लाइड है, तो इसमें है कि 19 ये जो डेटा है, एवरी डे अहमदाबाद की डेथ की रेंज है कि 100 से 150 डेथ होते थे 2010 में एवरी डे. वो एक एवरेज है. फिर 2010 का ये मई महीने का डेटा है, जब 19 से 23 मई जब टेम्परेचर 45 एंड बियॉन्ड गया, तो उस दिन हर एक डे एवरी डे का डेथ डेटा प्लॉटिंग किया हुआ है यहाँ पे. तो ये है कि 19 से 23 मई में एक दिन ऐसा था कि 46.8 डिग्री टेम्परेचर चला गया और मॉर्टालिटी हो गई 310। फिर पूरे मई महीने का एनालिसिस किया तो जो एवरेज 2010 का एवरेज डेथ था वो एवरी मंथ का था 3000। फिर उसको मई के साथ कंपेयर किया तो वो हो गया 4300। तो दैट इज 42% एक्सेस डेथ्स ऑफ एवरेज। अब क्या किया जाए, किसी को कुछ पता तो था नहीं कि हीट एक्शन प्लान जैसा कुछ होता है। क्या किया जाए, किसी को कुछ पता नहीं था, पर और कोई रीजन नहीं था कि क्या इम्प्लीमेंट करे, इसको करे क्या। और हमारी मतलब मैंने बहुत सारी स्लाइडें निकाल दी हैं। हमारे हॉस्पिटल्स, हमारा म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन एक समृद्ध म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन है। उसके पास 3 बड़े बड़े जनरल हॉस्पिटल्स हैं जिसमें 4000 बेड से ज्यादा कैपेसिटी है। तो इतने सारे पेशेंट्स आते थे तो पेशेंट को मैनेज करने की कैपेसिटी नहीं थी, ऐसे पेशेंट्स आ रहे थे। तो अब करे क्या? तो फिर इससे क्या कि 40% ज्यादा डेथ हो गई। अब इसके बाद पूरा हीट एक्शन प्लान डेवलप हुआ। उसमें जो थ्रेशोल्ड डिसाइड किया वो पूरा साइंटिफिक स्टडी किया। 2013 में हमने हीट एक्शन प्लान एक्चुअल इम्प्लीमेंट किया विथ एनआरडीसी एंड आईआईपीएच। तब हमने अपने हमारे सिटी के लिए थ्रेशोल्ड डिसाइड किया कि जब टेम्परेचर 45 से ज्यादा क्रॉस होता है तभी मोर्टालिटी टू फोल्ड्स इंक्रीज हो जाती है। देन 43 to 45 ऑरेंज किया और उसके बाद येलो, व्हाइट, ऐसे सब अलर्ट डिसाइड किए। उससे फायदा क्या हुआ कि आज अहमदाबाद में ये हीट एक्शन प्लान इतना रूटीनली एक्सेप्टेड हीट एक्शन प्लान है कि जो कोई गुजराती है यहाँ पे या गुजरात में कोई रहता है तो उसको पता होगा कि म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन मतलब हमको डेटा देता है आईएमडी। पहले जॉर्जिया टेक यूनिवर्सिटी देती थी, उसके बाद आईएमडी ने चालू किया। तो आईएमडी डेटा देती है पर उसको पब्लिश हम करते हैं। वी हैव ओन्ड दिस एक्चुअली। अब ये है कि हमारे अंदर आ चुका है पूरा हीट एक्शन प्लान। तो म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन ने अलर्ट डिक्लेयर किया तो रिक्शे वाले होगा, जो वल्नरेबल कम्युनिटी की बात हम लोग कर रहे हैं, पूरी वल्नरेबल कम्युनिटी, रिक्शे वाला है, ठेले वाला है, वो जैसे बोला ना कि बाहर पान वाला है, तो सबको पता रहता है कि भाई आज ऑरेंज अलर्ट है, आज रेड अलर्ट है। तो इतनी जानकारी भी बहुत मायने रखती है। एक एक न्यूज़पेपर के 10-10 लाख पब्लिकेशंस हैं, उसका फ्रंट पेज हेडलाइन आता है कि आज मतलब गुजराती में बोलते आज अहमदाबाद में रेड अलर्ट છે। तो दैट मेक्स ह्यूज इम्पैक्ट और सबके घर में न्यूज़पेपर आता है। तो वही है, मतलब मेरे हिसाब से इन 10 सालों के 12 सालों में सबसे बड़ा सक्सेस ये है कि घर घर में सबको पता रहता है कि अलर्ट क्या है। और इसके बाद क्या होगा, 2013 में हमने हीट एक्शन प्लान इम्प्लीमेंट किया। फिर 2016 में हिस्ट्री मतलब 100 इयर्स के हिस्ट्री में सबसे ज्यादा टेम्परेचर हुआ था अहमदाबाद में। द टेम्परेचर क्रॉस 48 डिग्रीज। अहमदाबाद में कभी वैसे होता नहीं है। तभी भी डेथ ज्यादा हुई। तभी भी हमारे पास क्रूड डेथ डेटा ही हमारे पास आता है कि भाई यही टोटल मोर्टालिटी कंपेयर करना होता है। पर जो डेथ ये 40% इंक्रीज हुआ। मई 2010 में टोटल डेथ के सामने एवरेज के सामने 40% इंक्रीज वाज देयर, बट इन May 2016 द इंक्रीज वाज ओनली 18 to 19%। और सरप्राइजिंगली और पूरे 2010 से 2022 की बात कर लो, 12-13 सालों में कभी भी मई महीना ऐसा नहीं रहा जिसमें एवरेज से कम डेथ होती है। तो 2022 वाज द ईयर उसमें एवरेज से कम डेथ हुई मई महीने में। तो अब डायरेक्टली कोरिलेट तो मैं नहीं कर पा रहा हूं, कर सकता, बट दैट वाज द ओनली ईयर कि एवरेज से कम डेथ रही 2022 में। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। तो यही मैंने जैसे बोला कि एनआरडी 2011 में हमने एमओयू साइन किया था एएम से, आईआईपीएच ने और एनआरडीसी ने। और वी वर वेरी फॉर्चुनेट, एनआरडीसी का बहुत सपोर्ट मिला हमको। जॉर्जिया टेक यूनिवर्सिटी पहले थी जो हमको डेटा देती थी, उसके बाद आईएमडी से मिलने लगा और फिर हमने इसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया। नेक्स्ट। और जैसे हाँ, तो ये सुबह के सेशन में एक कृष्णा सर या सर ने बोला कि हीट ऑफिसर्स होने चाहिए। तो मैं 2010 से हीट एक्शन प्लान में नोडल ऑफिसर की हैसियत से काम कर रहा हूँ। उसके साथ साथ मतलब कोई भी म्यूनिसिपैलिटी ऐसी समृद्ध नहीं है कि एक ही ऑफिसर को हीट ऑफिसर बना दे। मेरे पास और 2 चार्ज भी हैं. I am city tuberculosis officer as well, and I am looking after South Zone for entire health sector, and which caters around 2 million population. So वो भी है मेरे साथ. बट साथ साथ सबसे हीट एक्शन प्लान चालू हुआ तब से मैं नोडल ऑफिसर की हैसियत से काम कर रहा हूँ. तो मेन 4 कंपोनेंट में हम कर गए. आई विल बी वेरी फास्ट एक्चुअली. जो ये फेमस है, अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम, पब्लिक अवेयरनेस सिस्टम, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, एंड द लास्ट और जो यहाँ पे सबसे ज्यादा डिस्कस हो रहा है, रिड्यूसिंग हीट एक्सपोजर एंड प्रमोटिंग एडेप्टिव मेजर्स. इसमें बहुत कुछ करना है अहमदाबाद म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन को बाकी है. नेक्स्ट यही है कि रोज दोपहर में 12 बजे आईएमडी हमको अलग से अलर्ट्स देता है. उसके हिसाब से हम अलर्ट जनरेट करते हैं और पब्लिक में इसके अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करते हैं. नेक्स्ट देन इंटर एजेंसी कोऑर्डिनेशन. जो भी अलर्ट है वो बहुत सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन में है, उनके साथ हमारा कम्युनिकेशन रहता है. उसमें मीडिया का रोल सबसे ज्यादा रहता है, उनके साथ हम कम्युनिकेट करते हैं. नेक्स्ट पब्लिक अवेयरनेस के लिए इस तरह से पूरे शहर में होर्डिंग्स, बैनर वगैरह लगे रहते हैं. और हमने इस साल एक अलग से किया था कि रेडियो कैंपेन भी चलाया, बीट द हीट कैंपेन. पूरे 1.5 महीने तक बीट द हीट कैंपेन पूरे सीजन में चला है. नेक्स्ट बिल्डिंग कैपेसिटी, हमारे मेडिकल प्रोफेशनल्स की ट्रेनिंग अप टू ग्रास रूट लेवल करते रहते हैं. नेक्स्ट देन ये यही है कि कूल रूफ का जो सबसे पहला रिड्यूसिंग हीट एक्सपोजर एंड प्रमोटिंग एडेप्टिव मेजर्स. सो हमारे मेयर से 2017 में जब सबसे पहले कूल रूफ हमने इम्प्लीमेंटेशन चालू किया, जो एक फोटो है वो हमारे मेयर साहब की फोटो है. नेक्स्ट ये लॉन्ग टर्म मेजर्स. सो अहमदाबाद शहर में हर साल हम लोग मिशन मिलियन ट्री कैंपेन चलाते हैं 2018 से. जो चालू हुआ था मिशन मिलियन ट्री से, अब मिशन 2 मिलियन ट्री एंड 2.5 मिलियन ट्री तक पहुंच गया है. तो हर साल 25 लाख पेड़ हमारे म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन में लगते हैं. 28 अर्बन और फॉरेस्ट जो डंपिंग साइट से, जैसे कि एक एग्जांपल के तौर पे एक फोटो रखा है कि ये डंपिंग साइट थी, उसको हमने अर्बन फॉरेस्ट में क्रिएट किया. एंड सच काइंड ऑफ 28 अर्बन फॉरेस्ट्स आर मेड इन द सिटी. नेक्स्ट ये पूरा वही है, डंपिंग साइट को अर्बन फॉरेस्ट में कन्वर्ट किया. नेक्स्ट अब इन वेरी ब्रीफ, बहुत कुछ करना बाकी है अहमदाबाद कूल रूफ प्रोग्राम में, हमने बहुत कम किया है. तो 2017 में कूल रूफ इनिशिएटिव अहमदाबाद हीट एक्शन के प्लान के अंदर अनवील किया गया था. उसमें हम लोगों ने CSR एक्टिविटी के भाग से 3000 घरों में लाइम एप्लीकेशन करवाया था. और कूल रूफ पेंट भी उस टाइम पे यूज किया था, जो फंडिंग एजेंसी थी उसके सहयोग से. नेक्स्ट मेकिंग अहमदाबाद अ कूल सिटी. अब आज NRDC का मैं आभारी हूँ कि मुझे इस मीटिंग में आने का चांस मिला. तो अब मेरा विजन ये डेवलप हो रहा है कि मुझे अहमदाबाद में पीसीज में कूल रूफिंग नहीं करना है. I want all slum areas in Ahmedabad to be covered under cool roof. So we'll start from today only, ma'am, and we'll target all slum areas to be covered in whatever way possible, whether it is through CSR or government funding. We'll try our level best to do that. तो सिटी वाइड जो हमने जो स्ट्रेटजी बनाई है उसमें इंटर एजेंसी कोऑर्डिनेशन के लिए, देन उसकी फ्रेमवर्क क्रिएट करना है, देन वर्कफोर्स डेवलपमेंट भी करना है. तो बहुत सारी चीजें आज की ये इवेंट में हमने भी सीखी है. तो जो इसको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्टेज तक हम लोग ले जाएंगे. और जो 3 मेन प्रोग्राम एरियाज हमारे रहेंगे, जो टारगेट ग्रुप्स, तो गवर्नमेंट एंड कमर्शियल प्रोग्राम में, गवर्नमेंट बिल्डिंग में हम लोगों ने भी जैसे तेलंगाना में सर ने बोला कि लो इनकम ग्रुप्स में जो हाउसिंग बना रहे हैं, तो अहमदाबाद में भी तकरीबन 60,000 से ज्यादा लो इनकम हाउसेस बने हैं. तो वो सारों में अब एरिया स्पेसिफिक डिटेल्स मेरे पास नहीं है, पर चाइना मोज़ेक सालों से चला आ रहा है, तो वो भी हमारे यहाँ पे इम्प्लीमेंटेड ही है. देन रेसिडेंशियल प्रोग्राम में वॉलंटरी कूल रूफिंग को हम प्रमोट कर रहे हैं. और स्लम एरिया में मेनली हम लोग करेंगे कि जो CSR फंडिंग से और गवर्नमेंट अपने फंड से उसको मैनेज करें. नेक्स्ट तो अभी जो ECBC कोड है वो इम्प्लीमेंटेड नहीं है, पर ड्राफ्ट में कूल रूफ को इंक्लूड किया गया हुआ है और सून गवर्नमेंट उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेगा. नेक्स्ट, जैसे मैंने पहले बताया, प्रोग्राम डिजाइन एज पर बिल्डिंग टाइप अपने डिसाइड किया हुआ है. नेक्स्ट, आउटरीच एंड अवेयरनेस मेजर में वही हमारे शहर में हम लोग पिछले 5-6 साल से कूल रूफ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए अवेयरनेस क्रिएट कर रहे हैं. बट as I said earlier, we want it to be a big event and we want it to be covered on a larger scale. Next. तो हमने एक कॉस्टिंग भी एक निकाला है कि टेंटेटिव प्रोग्राम टारगेट डिसाइड किया हुआ है कि पहले ईयर में 1 लाख करेंगे, दूसरे 1 लाख स्क्वायर मीटर, देन बाय ईयर 5th ईयर 30 लाख स्क्वायर मीटर, एंड बाय ईयर 10 9.92 million square meter. But we will complete it much beyond that, but much before that. Next, कोई किसका क्या क्या रोल रहेगा वो भी आइडेंटिफाई किया हुआ है. नेक्स्ट. तो अप्रोक्सीमेट कॉस्ट भी हमने एक रफ आइडिया भी निकाला हुआ है कि अहमदाबाद में स्लम एंड स्लम लाइक हाउस होल्ड 1,38,000 के करीबन स्लम एंड स्लम लाइक हाउस होल्ड है. तो जो मोस्ट वल्नरेबल पीपल है वो वहीं रहते हैं, तो उनको टारगेट करेंगे. और एक कॉस्ट एस्टिमेट निकाला जाए तो 42 करोड़ के आसपास खर्चा आज की डेट में होता है. So we'll target to cover it as soon as possible. And I think this is my last slide. And thank you so much NRDC and NNDMA to give me chance to give my thoughts here. And I learned a lot during this workshop. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tejas. This was really inspiring, and you were right. You made it so interesting. And Ahmedabad Heat Action Plan has, as Kunal sir in start of the day said, there are some cities, there's so many cities and states that have set up heat action plans. Some are good, some could need improvement and be stronger. This is one of those which is exemplary, has been effective, has actually saved thousands of lives, as Dr. Shah mentioned. So thank you very much. And I'm also glad that you left us on a cost estimate, because all of these require resources. So actually, we have our last, panelist, Mr. Piyush Bhutani, who's with the Asian Development Bank. So, I want to ask you, Piyush, how are MDBs, large-scale, global financial institutions looking at health? Climate change is a big topic, but, is health there as well? And, what at the end of the day today, what are your key takeaways from, the role of ADB and similar institutions?
Hello. Hi, good evening, everyone. So I think we're coming to the end of the workshop, and I just want to start with once again thanking NRDC and NDMA for bringing together this group of individuals, organizations, government stakeholders, researchers, development partners like ourselves to really brainstorm on this very urgent issue. So I don't want to repeat what's already been established, and I think all the speakers have clearly established the starting point of this conversation, which is the reality of heat stress and extreme heat events, and how this issue is only going to increase further. So during the inaugural remarks, Kunal sir, Arvind sir brought out the urban aspect of it. Dr. Vishal in the second session brought out the heat island and wet pulp temperature issue, which is extremely relevant. Taking this conversation one step further and looking at the linkages of heat stress and health, I want to focus on the One Health ambit of this discussion, which is something we touched upon during the discussion part of the end of the first panel. So One Health broadly covers the human, animal, and environmental health aspects. Under the human health aspect, we're all well aware of the direct issue of heat stress, which is hospitalization and death. But one thing that is gathering growing evidence is the unseen effect of heat on health of individuals, humans. Now, this includes issues on mental health. This includes issues for nutrition. This includes issues such as disruption of health services itself, wherein heat waves impact critical clinical infrastructure, health facilities, hospital staff, patients and visitors, equipment, machinery, and the access to quality health services across the ecosystem. So that's something that needs to be delved on a lot more. Looking at animal health, again under two broad areas, one wildlife and the second livestock. Heat stress has a clear implication for livestock. It causes metabolic disruptions, causes immune suppression, which leads to infections and death. Now, looking at a slightly utilitarian paradigm of impact on animal health, of course, it leads to issues for livelihoods because a large section of our population depends on livestock for livelihoods. But it also leads to issues of nutrition security for individuals, and it creates hunger and has direct impacts on humans through infant and maternal mortality. Again, linking back to that and its issues on environment, which is in particular to agriculture. So heat stress has a direct impact on soil fertility, lowers agricultural productivity, and once again creates issues of health security. Now, again, one more paradigm under this is that the most vulnerable groups within the population are the ones who are working in the agricultural sector and are the most exposed to increased heat. So again, those need to be safeguarded. Now, in the face of this crisis now, and having understood this One Health paradigm, it is critical to scale up pro-poor investments to deal with heat stress. And we've seen how multiple such initiatives are being institutionalized, such as school roofing programs, awareness campaigns, messaging, public sensitization. What this also requires, however, is a strengthening of the social determinants of health, which is to address issues of limited access to health services, low quality housing, urban design and land use, limited choices for sustainable livelihoods, water and sanitation, all of which come together to create an ecosystem where an individual can become resilient against heat stress. So while we are looking at mitigating heat stress, we also need to increase resilience of individuals, communities, neighborhoods, districts, states, and nations. Secondly, I just wanted to hint briefly on ADB's role and support, as Samir mentioned. So ADB, as it likes to emphasize itself over and over, is a climate bank. ADB first committed in 2015 to increase its climate investments up to $6 billion annually by 2020, and that was a target it achieved in 2019 itself. ADB's renewed mission is that by 2030, it wants to commit climate financing ambitions to $100 billion. Now, within the climate change umbrella, heat stress is one of the most relevant, most immediate, and most required areas where action needs to be initiated. Now, three areas within which ADB provides support and would look to support government's research, etc., is through its financial support, through knowledge support, and through partnerships. Now, very often when we talk about knowledge and partnerships, and the conversation goes towards bringing in best practices, we hear the words global best practices, regional best practices, working with the top universities, top tiers across the world. But what we've seen today is the emergence of local best practices. These are not things that have come from outside. These are things that have been grown contextually and in a culturally sensitive manner. So really, it's important to merge our support financially through partnerships and knowledge with the most locally, culturally, contextually relevant solutions, and then scaling them up in those areas. A few things that I thought would befit discussion. So we've discussed heat action plans, we've discussed cool roofs, and we've discussed multiple other initiatives. There is also a need for strengthening our systems to capture real-time, accurate, and comprehensive data for heat stress. Now, what I mean by this is that we need really a whole of government approach, because this data is isolated, it's in silos, and it requires convergence wherein systems talk to each other. What are the kinds of data that we're looking at? Of course, we're looking at meteorological data, wherein we're covering climate sensitive issues such as temperature, air, sensitivity, all of that. We're also looking at attribution of deaths, like Mr. Tejas mentioned, attribution of deaths to heat. And we're looking at the disease specific morbidity and mortality, which is caused by heat stress. So once we have this entire ambit or this convergent system of data, is when we can actually then look at monitoring real time and future impacts. Second, I think already has been mentioned in terms of vulnerability mapping and investments in early warning systems. So strengthening surveillance, warning, dissemination systems for heat waves, reducing the impact of heat waves on the poorest and most vulnerable populations. Improving preparedness through heat action plans, already been discussed. What's coming out, however, is that there is a need to strengthen local institutions that can concurrently monitor and strengthen and take forward these initiatives. So while the heat action plan exists, why is it that only a few of them are good and the others are not working? It's because there is a need to strengthen the local institutions, governance systems, collaborative networks of civil society, of research, of development partnerships, wherein you can create this sustainable chain and take that push forward. Finally, scaling up investments in blue and green solutions, wherein you have infrastructure that is climate mitigant and adaptive. Just to conclude, wanted to touch upon one of ADB's most recent initiatives is wherein ADB is supporting the Government of India's G20 umbrella to develop a climate and health hub, wherein that hub will be looking to blend knowledge, finances, and partnerships from the country and from across different players in the region to promote a low carbon sustainable health system which can make things take things forward by reducing the climate impact on health and reducing the carbon emissions of the health sector itself. So just to conclude, the idea is to merge all the solutions from research, financing, partnerships, taking them down to the most locally, culturally relevant individuals and organizations and making them sustainable. And I think that's where the role of any multilateral development partner will lie, in making things sustainable and supporting the government in that initiative. Thank you.
Thanks, Piyush. That's a good, roundup and also the big picture. And I appreciate you sharing what ADB is doing specifically on, health and with Government of India. So that's our panel. Maybe we can have a few minutes for quick questions or comments. I know we are all running late, but we'll open the floor to if anyone has questions. Can you please help with the mics?
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you. So I'm from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and I want to point out some of the things and also build upon Dr. Tejas's presentation and some of the aspects that I found out. So I want to say that why Ahmedabad Heat Action Plan is very successful and famous is the one thing that you can brought in, that the health sector is involved in the action plan. That is very important. So if you go out and talk about health action plans everywhere, or even other action plans in different sectors, you will say the health will be absent. People will be looking for data on health, but if you see the people of health will not be on the table from the start. So one thing is that so in the health sector, people do not realize how important is their role, how important is to collect the data on the health and present it to different sectors and how it can be utilized. So first thing is to have convergence with the health sector whenever we develop action plans, brought them on the table, and then we can talk about how utilize health data to better actions and all that. Other thing is that in Ahmedabad also the IMD shares the warnings to municipal corporation, and the SAR is from health, and they coordinate everything. So intersectoral coordination has been very well. The framework of that, if you see, action plan is very well developed with the checklist and assess all the roles and responsibility very well defined, and the whole system works like good wheels in between. So that's one aspect that needs to be understood from Ahmedabad action plan. And so when they talk about the graphs, that we are also promoting that state and districts and cities adopt the procedure to understand excess mortality, because that is one of the easiest tool to understand health impact of heat. And although we talk about heat strokes and other heat-related illnesses, they are very difficult to capture for the reason that heat stroke is a diagnosis of exclusion and it requires more than 24 hours to diagnose and confirm an heat stroke. So what we do under health ministry is we collect data of suspected heat strokes, which are based on a preliminary presentation that we identify. And so they are always underestimated because the lack of time, lack of reporting, lack of not understanding the situation. Sometimes people most of the time the heat stroke case is in the coma. If they are not accompanied by, there is no proper history, we never identify whether heat is the reason. So it is suspected. So in the ministry also we have started collecting mortality data, total mortality, the health facility. Also we capture emergency admissions, total emergency admissions, and we try to see if they increase with the heat or not. So that is a very basic tool that any city and district can use. Their mortality data that they have, rather than waiting for health data to come up. So another point is that this health data that I'm talking about is digitized this year. And so we do not have many years of past data. So that is one thing that we should understand. So this highlights that how difficult it is to capture exact heat related mortality, but that doesn't diminish the importance of heat action, because health impacts of heat are not just heat stroke. The most common cause of death due to heat is cardiovascular mortality, followed by respiratory mortality and acute renal failure. So all these mortalities are increased. So just focusing on heat stroke level will not help us understand the impact. So other thing, yes. As a health sector, we have national program on climate change and human health. And so we also do awareness activities that are done from state to district level to community level through the whole system of health departments and medical officers and all that, like any other health program. So convergence is also possible with NDMA, SDMA in that regard, with joint awareness activities, and health sector preparedness can also be ensured when the health is on the board with all the action plans. And as a critical infrastructure, we are also promoting cool roofing and green roofing strategies that NDMA is doing. So that is one of the things. Can we prioritize if there is a specific scheme on cool roofing, then health sector can be prioritized. So those are some of the topics I want to share.
Thank you.
Samir, in fact, I want to add on this. So, apart from the states that have joined us, there are like other CSOs who are working with states have also joined us. But then there are sectors also who have joined us. For example, health sector, which has definitely been the key, enabler of the heat action plans so far in India, and are still leading the way with the disaster management authorities and agencies. But then, when we talk about cool roof programs and policies at a state level or a city level, we should also talk about the cool roof policies or program, or let's say programs for the sectoral coverage. For example, cool roof for low income housing groups, cool roof for hospitals and health facilities. In fact, the work in Ahmedabad also started from Shardaben Hospital, where they noticed neonates getting readmitted because of hyperthermia, which is very unusual. But then they realized that the neonatal ward was on the top floor of the hospital, and that got really heated because of the roof of that floor was covered with tar to protect water seepage during rain. And that was something that was realized by again the pediatrician, HOD of that hospital. So health sector, I mean, even sectoral, and I think under NPCCHH, we have Purnima Madam also, who is also working closely with the NPCCHH on healthcare without harm. So I think, Madam, if you want to share something on this.
Thanks, Abhiyan. So I'll just take a different perspective to this. I just wanted to, leverage the presence of Mr. Piyush Bhatani here. With this lots that's been said about climate financing. And just as a representative of the health sector, I really want to ask, what you just shared now, and I'm aware of what the discussion was at the G20 Health Working Group. There is an existing program which is spearheaded by the Ministry of Health in India, and India holds the G20 presidency, and you have the 19 other countries and heads of state, health ministers attending all the discussions. So I was just wondering, what prevents us from actually strengthening an existing program and bringing more verticals into this? That there's always space for other sectors to get involved with the health sector. or rather keep health at the center of all the climate policies. So can we think about actually strengthening what an existing program is already doing? It's 4 years in the running now, rather than kind of maybe reinventing the wheel in a sense by talking about another hub. So I just wanted to put you on the spot over there, but I would really like to hear your thoughts over here.
Hello. Yeah, well on the spot actually. So right, and I think we've worked together closely on this issue, and I completely agree with you. We need to strengthen existing systems. We need to build convergences with urban ministries, with health ministries, with NDMA. But what we also need is a slightly new and fresher approach, because what we're doing right now through governance systems is ideally the most sustainable and scalable way to go forward. But there are reasons why they haven't reached that stage yet. So what we are proposing is not a parallel institution, but we're proposing a catalytic institution, which will bring in seed money from different partners, and bring together your research, bring together your development institutions, bring together philanthropies, and pilot those contextually relevant solutions. Now, once you have that ready, and once you've proven that those work, that's when you scale them up. So while there is definitely a strong need to strengthen existing systems, I think it's also important to bring in that innovation, which is difficult to institutionalize within an ongoing governance mechanism. Other than that, one thing that I wanted to mention was the need to look at things sectorally, like Abhyant mentioned. So where does that need emanate from, right? While the health sector is a first responder to climate change, and of course, Punma, you already know this, it's also one of the leading contributors to climate change. If the health sector was a country, it would be the 5th largest country in terms of its contribution to greenhouse gas emissions, and that's massive. And that's entirely or largely underworked, and there's very limited emphasis that's given on that. So there is a need to make those sectors resilient as well, decarbonizing the health sector and its supply chain, looking at green buildings for health institutions, cool roofs for healthcare facilities, and so much more. So there's a need to look at things sectorally. There's a very pressing need to strengthen existing institutions, but always keeping an eye out for mechanisms that can blend in innovations from the outside. So that's broadly an agreement and a response.
Thank you. Such an excellent question. And as to say, physician, heal thyself. So you had a comment, and I know I stopped you last time. Would you like to go now?
Thank you. I'm Anush Tiwari from NDMA. Just one clarification from Dr. Tejas. I'm sure that with the red and orange alerts, which you said everyone knows in Ahmedabad, they would also be aware of the actions to be taken. Yes. They are fully aware of that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We do repeated campaigns actually. So as I told you that we are doing campaigns in radio jingles, and our grassroots level workers goes in the field as well. And repeated messages are being passed on to the most vulnerable ones. I do have slides available for all the stakeholders have been allotted specific responsibilities, such as for an example, if I say you that construction site workers are most vulnerable ones. So the responsibility is given to town planning department for the messages goes to them. So the concerned department who has some hold, actually in the municipality we do have some kind of nuisance value as well. You can say that. So the town planning department has very good hold on this builder lobby. So they are making sure that the construction workers have been taken care of. The labor department takes care of the laborers working. Our engineering department takes care of the on-site workers working in the field on roadside. So the roles and responsibility has been identified for each and every. The other way is to spreading message to various medias and our grassroots level workers, but the stakeholders also do themselves whatever is possible.
Yeah, in fact, you already answered half of my second question, which I was going to ask about those who are directly exposed to the heat, who are compelled to stay outdoors because of their livelihood compulsions.
Sir, just I want to say that in this year, our labor ministry, Gujarat government labor ministry has make it mandatory that no one should allow the laborers to work between 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Official, it's official.
Yeah, but at the same time, there are certain groups which who are compelled to work throughout the day.
Yes,
and I
yes.
would like to draw your attention to traffic police personnel, basically. I mean, do you have any specific advisory
Very
for
good
them?
question, sir. Sir, just on this 20th April, we had workshop with 700 traffic policemen, 700, with their CP, additional CP, and Assistant Commissioner of Police available. And as token, we had given them 50,000 ORS packets, and we had sensitized them all with most, what I say, famous most radio jockey available on that stage. One more thing. What we had planned, these are all over what I am telling is implementation things. What we had planned last year to apply green roof net, what on traffic signals, what Nagpur had done. But as our city is covered with CCTV, there are 6,000 CCTV camera across different traffic signals. So then we had a talk with additional traffic police commissioner. So what we had done that 125 traffic signals across the city were stopped in afternoon hours because there was no much traffic. So 100 traffic signals during all summers. That's what we are doing, and the timings have been changed for those with the traffic is still there. Traffic is still there, but vehicle movement is less. So this is the thing which is being done.
I think.
They need not to stay there. No?
I think there's enough for this chai pe charcha. There was a traffic police study that we had also conducted. You know, they are clearly one of the most vulnerable groups. But let's take one last question and then we can wrap up.
Yeah, hi. Very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arvind Rathi. So, thank you so much, and NRDC and NDMA for conducting such a wonderful workshop. So here my question is, we discussed a lot of things, and number of states and respective municipality are doing a number of initiatives. So is IT can be part of this all the things and regarding this early hit warning mitigation measures, or can IT play a major role here? So sir, I would like to understand.
Responding to a very small subset of that, completely agree. IT has a big role to play within the ambit of digital health services. That's one of the key ways in which we're aiming to mitigate and adapt to climate change within the health sector. So during extreme heat stress, patients, visitors find it extremely difficult to access health facilities. If we can make health service prognosis or primary care available to them through telemedicine, right at their houses, that makes them able to access that facility or that service much better. So that also one reduces the, helps you adapt to the issue of climate change and reduces the carbon footprint of the health supply chain itself. So a very small subset of it, but yes, completely agree. IT and digital has a big role to play in this, and I'm sure other panelists have much more to offer.
I wonder if Dr. Vishal Garg, if you're still there and would like to chime in.
Yeah, I agree with this. IT can play a big role in forecasting.
Okay, I think then we'll pause here and we'll thank all our panelists online as well as in person. Thank you so much. It was a very informative discussion. Thank you to all of you for very good questions.
Thank you.
Dr. Vishal, would you like to add something with regard to the role of IT? Okay. I would like to thank Mr. Quatra for chairing this session and our speakers for sharing their valuable lessons. As we come to the close, to the end of the workshop, I would like to invite back on stage Shri Kunal Satyarthi, who will be addressing the way forward. Mr. Satyarthi.
I don't know what to say. What is the way forward? If anybody knows in the audience, can come to the dais and replace me. So I can see only hardened criminals here who have been surviving the onslaughts of lunch and tea and still survived here. One team is on the right side, the right wing extremist from my own division. The rest of them are good to identify. So it has been a great learning, at least for me. I keep learning more about heat wave, coming from a very heat wave affected city and lived in those cities. What I can say are takeaways. I think the whole day started by Deepa Madam herself, and then off to Arvind Kumar Saab, this Special Chief Secretary from Telangana, talking about the great initiative they have done. And Krishna Vatsa sharing those slides about giving a framework for the country. We had great 4 presentations which I moderated, Professor Raghu, Aditya, Rajshri and Abhiyant, and the current session. So a few things look quite obvious. One thing obvious is heat wave. So that is certain that I remember that graph. I'll remember that graph forever. The half of the circle was India. And I have that picture in my mind. So we need to prepare for that. So first thing is sure that heat wave is something that is there, and heat wave is just around the corner, and it is going to be hitting us quite hard soon. Now, we also, I was discussing during the lunchtime with Krishna Vasav and Deepa Madam that we need, unfortunately, we will require some casualties to prove that heat wave requires action plan. And I'm looking at the heat wave presentation by Dr. Tejas, and he was talking about the rise and that May spike and 23rd of May and 48 degrees centigrade. ऐसा कुछ चाहिए ताकि लोग seriously heat wave के action के plan बारे में बात करने लगे देश में. And this is what I was talking about in during lunchtime, because that is how it happens. Coming from a forest service fraternity, we had to lose all the tigers in Sariska to realize tigers are important in life. 1411 left. Time to act is now. Aircel ka advertisement on every bus stand. Only Aircel gained. They did not give any money to the Project Tiger, but something like that is required. Presume for the heat wave action plan. So something heat wave is certain. I think it is also certain that cool roof works. We have this guideline in NDMA, but today my eyes are open with all those data, particularly from all the academicians. At least 2 degree. I was noting down averages and saying 2 degree तो कम होता है temperature building के अंदर. इतना पक्का है cool roof से. Now these two things being sure that heat wave is certain and cool roof as a technology it works, it is also certain. दो चीज तो पक्का है आज का way forward में, that these two are certainties, right?
Now, my question still remains answered. Why Ahmedabad works and other cities don't work? Jodhpur might start working with Abhiyan's new Jodhpur heat action plan. But that question still remains not sure. We did not hear from the other states. I think 10 of them were present, but none told why they don't have a great heat action plan. Either they don't have the graph of May of 48.6 degrees centigrade and 300 deaths per day. If you want to have that graph and then write an implementable heat action plan, I think it's a very wrong option to choose. But what I was wondering is, this is borrowing from my climate change negotiation hat, is this scale, scope, and speed of implementation, right? Now, scope is huge. We are talking about few thousand square meters. I was just randomly remembering my days in Shimla when I drafted, I flew drones over the city of Shimla and measured the roof area. And with a formula, multiplied the angle. I'm not a mathematics student, I'm a botany student, but I multiplied the angle of the slope and calculated total roof area of Shimla. And told if you are water scarce, make rainwater harvesting mandatory. Right? So you will get 40% water supply of Shimla in Shimla. But it was a huge political decision to take, and they finally took the decision, like they have taken in Telangana, to make mandatory that you will have to have cool roof mandatorily on your government buildings and so many parameters. So I think it's very important to look at how do you upscale this, and this is what is very worrying me. People here in this hall since morning have been talking about individual brilliant examples of things that they have done as individuals, as institutions, as organizations, as civil society bodies, as governments. But those individual brilliances are not being scaled. And the problem is huge. I remember the last figure of Teja's presentation about so many lakh rupees required, and 1 year plan, 5 year plan, 10-year plan of cool roofing and the resolve thereof, and saying that I'll start today. Now, this kind of scale is an issue we need to think about and talk about. And where do you get all this material from? How do you get the people who can quote the buildings? How do you aggregate? I remember that there's a problem of aggregation. You know, there's a demand, but either the demand can be mandatory, voluntary, or it can be force driven by the government. There are only two ways government works. Mandatory कर देंगे, लगाना ही पड़ेगा आपको. नहीं तो बोलेंगे लगा लो अच्छा होता है. दोनों साथ में बनाना पड़ेगा solution इसका. So we need to have a cocktail of both the solutions and somehow implement it through. But demand aggregation, coming from the Chhattisgarh Creta example, I remember 51 buildings and few square kilometers is fine. It's a great thing they're doing, but we need to upscale very quickly. How long can we keep showing pictures of some of the PHCs and the municipal corporation building? They're fine, but why are not people themselves doing it suo moto? Because they're not understanding the worth, or they're not understanding reduction in temperature, or they think air condition laga lenge kaam chal padega, humne kya karna hai, cool roof. So there's something wrong there that needs to be addressed. Is my I am the novice in this sector. Everybody else is a legend in the sector, but yes, you want to.
Many small players have come, and the quality that is being provided is not proper. So the goodwill of the technology is also compromised at some places. So that is one of the very critical area, because when we exactly want to install the cool roof technology at various levels, so many small players coming up with a very low quality product they are giving, and then that coating washes out in the second year, and then like people feel that this technology doesn't work. So we are struggling this challenge.
So when you made that statement, I was reminded of my conversation I was having with one of the joint secretaries who looking at organic farming. Very quite similar. है ना? Organic खाएंगे तो मरेंगे नहीं, पेस्टिसाइड खाएंगे तो मर जाएंगे, लेकिन हम खाएंगे पेस्टिसाइड वाला ही. थोड़ा कॉस्ट का डिफरेंस है, और ये पता है कि हम नहीं मरेंगे, कोई और मरेगा. So something like that you are saying, and in that whole problem, there are huge number of organic suppliers which are not organic. Right? So that is that's the kind of problem we are talking about, because that will happen in noise sectors and new sectors where you have.
And I have been actually addressing this to ASCII also, to Triple IT also. So when we specify only the SRI part, that the quoting should have the SRI value this. But we don't see the practical applicability of the quoting, the construction type of India, that what is the construction type, how porous is the roof, and how the surface preparation has to be done. Only a simple coating with SRI cannot give the sustainable results with the way exactly construction is here in India. So we need to take care of the sustainability aspect and performance-based application also at the same time.
Yes, so I think as we evolve as a sector, as it evolves as a sector for everybody, the quality control and the testing protocols will come into picture. But right now it is a very gray sector, which people are trying to occupy the small markets that are available at the local level and therefore compromising on the quality because people don't want to pay the extra price. That's normally happens. People don't want to pay the extra price. I say for earthquake resistance in Delhi, if in Greater Noida I sell a house saying this house is earthquake resistant at 8, this house is not, but the extra amount is 6 lakh rupees. Will you buy? No, I'll not buy. I don't know when the earthquake will happen. I'll still buy a building which is earthquake sure to be falling during an earthquake. I'll not invest extra, right? And there would be all political and stakeholder denominations to the whole problem. So anyway, thanks for that addition. But this is what my learnings are, and I'll not go into the importance of the granular details of the early warning systems and how in Ahmedabad they say aaj red warning hai, and that importance of that. But that is available. There's a tool that is available now with NDMA and the state disaster management authorities called the common alerting protocol, and that could be easily compounding your problems of heat wave. So that could reach the last mile very quickly. If you want to say Claridge's hotel is going to have a heat wave, you can draw a polygon and make every mobile full of saying that you're getting into a heat wave. That technology NDMA has luckily developed over a period of last 2-3 years. Now, at the end, I like to just say, borrowing from Vatsa Saab's presentation, we are currently trying to develop a lot of mitigation programs across the spectrum. All of them are at various stages of development. A lot of them are in final stages. A lot of them are in preparatory stages. So to name some of them, there's a large program on earthquake mitigation program. There's a large program already made on landslides and glacial lake outflow and forest fires and urban flood. There's a program coming on drought and river erosion and coastal erosion. Either you mitigate or move people, resettlement and mitigation measures. So we are currently, our hands are full. We are currently making a lot of these programs, and there are different kinds. Some of them there are policy documents which the state governments can utilize as they come out in the open in the public forum right now. Then some of them are programs. The state governments or the city administration or district administration can follow that framework and give a program to NDMA for funding. There are some which are called projects. So they're actually ready-made. So they say this landslide and that landslide, and this is the technology available. So there are various variations among these mitigation programs that we are making, consciously so, because some of them are very local. Like river erosion, coastal erosion is extremely local. I can't give you a solution for Kerala and also Odisha and Assam floods in the same document. So there would be different documents. So borrowing from Vatsa Saab's discussion today, we are very conscious within the next 1 year. We are planning to write and are already started writing a heat wave mitigation program. Right? It would be a program or a framework. We are not sure where we will land, but whatever experience is within this hall and in today's discussion and in the discussions in IIT Bombay and further that we have, we want all your inputs in the individual brilliance inputs, the institutional inputs that you can give to make that program at least a skeleton. And we can assure you in NDMA that the skeleton we will share with this group here. You've registered on your mobile number and email address here. You would be shared the document and the process thereof. That is how we develop programs in NDMA for the last 1 year. So important stakeholders we always involve. We can't write. We don't hold all the wisdom within that building of NDMA. So we are fine with that. So one thing is we are conscious, and although it's not a earmarked fund, but we have some non-earmarked fund. But heatwave drawing the highest attention of the highest authority in the country. He Honorable he takes a meeting much before heat wave starts in the country, right? And he was very sure about heat wave. So it is coming from the top, including hospital safety, hospital fire preparedness, forest fire. These are coming from the highest quarters in the country. So that is a push on NDMA, but we'll require all your support to write a good framework or a program or a plan. So that is what I can suggest as a way forward. I want to capture all these that you have been talking about. And I have been saying this in all forums that please give me a 2-pager or a 4-pager or a 6-pager about what you are doing and what do you think a national or a state level framework should look like. If you have a guideline in the open, we have given a guideline how to write a heat action plan. People have written heat action plans differently. It doesn't give a template like Anuj gives for the disaster management plan. We have absolved ourselves from giving a template, but that has led into so much variation that Aditya captures so nicely and says there's so much variability in the plans. You don't keep a repository of the plans, and there's so much to the so we don't want to make it a menu-based system. So what I'll do is we'll try to develop a skeleton dependent on what you give us. So one resolve, all of you are interested in the sector, therefore you're sitting here at 4:30 through the day. Please share on the policy plan at the rate of ndma.gov.in. And NRDC is a partner, so we can copy them. I'll request NRDC because if you traveled so far on this journey with us, Deepa ma'am, you'll have to take the whole journey with us. You can't do a workshop and not be with us through the journey. So I'll request that please at the policy plan at the rate of ndma.gov.in, and if not that at JSPP at the rate of ndma.gov.in. Please share. Don't share huge PDF files. Believe me, I'll not read them. I'll not even download them. So please give some creative 2 or 3 page as to what do you think is important to capture from your wide experience that you have. Some people have 10 years experience, 20 years experience here. Please write that into how do you see a national heat wave framework look like? What chapter? You can contribute to one chapter. You can contribute to mitigation, not to capacity building. If you're good at capacity building, please contribute to capacity building. If you're good at if you have industries, please contribute how industries should look at heat wave or at policies that should be governing that. So I'm making it very, very wide, but give those 2 pagers or 4 pagers, maybe not more than 4 pages. Nobody reads more than 4 pages in this modern world until unless it opens on your WhatsApp. So anything more than that would not be read. It would be a good repository to keep it at NDMA. But please, all of you, if you can give me 2 page or 4 page or 6 page about what you think the heat wave framework should look like from whatever user specialization, I think will contribute to the cause. Otherwise, we'll go back home after another workshop on heat wave. Great workshop, good, बहुत बढ़िया था, अच्छी बातें हुई, चले गए सब लोग. So if you don't want to do that blunder again, I'll request you to please send those 2 pager or 4 pager. We'll try to. I was telling Batsa साहब अभी थोड़ा busy हैं बाकी प्लानों में, इसको निकाल देते हैं फिर लगेंगे. अभी तो heat wave अगला आएगा ना, उसके पहले बना देंगे. So I'll make sure in the next 2 or 3 months. Within the team, we're also hiring 1 or 2 consultants on heat wave. They would be stitching together a skeletal document, and then we can have a more constructive input on that document, and then we can evolve in the next 1 year in different phases on a heat wave mitigation framework or a program for the whole country. But has to be district driven, has to be city driven, has to be state driven. We can only provide the financial, institutional, and technical framework for the whole scenario. So that's all. I think that's all I have in my mind and what I could capture in the daytime. And before I leave the mic, thanks to NRDC and Climate Trends for organizing this. I know you've done a lot of hard work. Very rarely NDMA and this team here comes to a workshop without having to do a workshop. So thanks to all of you for making our life simpler and associating with us. We are always there to provide the required support. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kunyal Satharthi, sir, for sharing very concrete steps on the way forward. With this, we conclude the National Consultative Workshop. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank NDMA again for helping us put this together, as well as Climate Trends. And I'd also like to thank all of our speakers, chairs, and all of you for participating both in person and online. With this, we end the workshop. I would invite you all to take a group picture in front of the stage if possible, and then join us for high tea outside. Thank you.